So in this series of tutorials, we'll see how to build a Reddit clone application using Spring Boot and Angular. We will be using Spring Boot, Spring MVC, Spring Security with JWT Authentication, Spring Data JPA with MySQL database to build this application. So without wasting any time, let's have a look at the application we are going to build. Just a small note, you can find the link to the written tutorial of this series by clicking on the link in the description section, where you can check out the complete source code of this application. And there is also a written companion for each part inside the tutorial, so you can go through it at your own pace. As I said before, we are building a Reddit clone. So Reddit is of course a very popular website that needs no introduction. And this is how our homepage looks like. I have copied some of the CSS from Reddit to provide a similar look and feel for our application. We have our header section with the Reddit icon on the left side and the login and sign up buttons on the right side. We have our homepage where you can see different links which are posted by the users. Each post has a voting section where you can either upvote or downvote a post. You can also see there is a comment section here which shows how many comments are there for each post. You can click on read post button to see the post and comments for this post. If you want to create a post, you need to be logged in. So first let me register quickly by clicking on sign up button and providing my details. And once you click on register button, we are navigated to the login page. You can also see a nice roster notification here on the top right side. So after the user registration, we have to activate the account before we log in. For that, we receive an email which contains the activation link for the account. In this application, I'm actually using a fake SMTP server called as Mailtrap instead of a real world mail server. So all the mails which we sent from our application are sent to this Mailtrap inbox. You can see that we have already received an email with subject as please activate your account. And here, as I am using a free account, we can only see the text version of this email, even though we are sending an HTML template as the email body. So let's copy this activation link inside this email and open this in the new tab. And you can see that our account is activated successfully. Now we should be able to log in. Let's go back to our login page, type our credentials and click on login. So now we are navigated to the home page. So first let's create a subreddit and then create a post inside the subreddit. I will click on create subreddit button, give a title and description for the subreddit and click on post. Now let's create the post. I will provide the title. So you can see that we are navigated back to the home page, and this time you can see the post we have just created. It shows the time as just now. Now let's log in as a different user. And in the home page, I can upvote or downvote this post we have just created before. So let's upvote this, and you can see that the upvote icon now turns to green. And even if you reload the page, it shows a visual indication that the user has upvoted this post. The same thing applies also, of course, for the downvote of the post. And the last thing is, as you can see on the top right section, we have our username. If you click on that, we see a menu, and let's click on profile. And in this page, you can see all the posts and comments which are created by the user. So that is how our application looks like. And the next step would be to actually start coding. I will be first developing the backend, and then we will see how to develop the frontend. So to create the backend project, the first thing we have to do is to go to start.spring.io website. This is the place where you will generate our project with all the required dependencies. For this project, we will add Spring Web as we are using Spring MVC. We will add a very useful library called as Lombok. This library helps us to generate the usual boilerplate code in Java, like getters, setters, constructors, equals, hash code methods, etc. And the next thing is we also need Spring Security, Spring Data JPA, MySQL Java driver, and lastly, we will also add Java Mail Sender dependency. Once this is done, you can click on generate, and the source code will be downloaded to your machine. Now let's unzip the project and open it in your favorite IDE. I will be using IntelliJ for the rest of the backend development for this project. And for the frontend, I will be using Visual Studio Code. So I opened the project in IntelliJ. Now the first step would be to create the domain entities for our application. So let's expand this package structure and go to the root package. And inside this package, I already created two packages called as model and repository. Inside the model package, we have all the domain entities we need for our application. The first one is the post entity. It contains a field post. It contains a field post ID, which is annotated with ID and generated value with a strategy of identity. Next, we have a field name which has @not blank annotation. So whenever we validate this entity before saving it to the database, if at all the name field is either empty or null, we will get a validation error with the message as post name cannot be empty or null. Next, we have the field URL, which can be nullable, followed by the description field, which can also be nullable and is annotated with lob annotation, because we can have large chunk of text stored inside this description section. We also have a vote count for the post, followed by a reference to the user of the post. We have many-to-one relationship here and a join. And lastly, we are storing the time at which the post is created through the created date field, and this field is of type instant. And also we have a reference to the subreddit entity with a many-to-one relationship and a join. One thing you may have observed here is we don't have the usual boilerplate code for this entity like the getters, setters, and constructors, because these are generated automatically at compile time using the library called as Lombok. The first annotation we are using here is @data annotation. This is responsible to mainly generate the getters and setters for our class. It also does some other things. If you're interested, you can check the documentation for this annotation. And the next we have a JPA annotation entity, followed by the allogs and noaugs constructor annotation, which generates the constructors for the class. And we also have a builder annotation, which will generate the builder methods for our class. This annotation mainly uses the famous builder design pattern to create the objects for a class with data. You can check the link in the description to know more about this builder pattern. Before we go any further, to enable Lombok in your IDE, you have to install Lombok plugin. You can do that by pressing Ctrl+Shift+A and typing plugins. And inside the plugin window, search for Lombok and make sure you install this plugin and restart the IDE. After that, press Ctrl+Shift+A again and type enable annotation processing. Just make sure that this checkbox is activated and click on OK. By doing this, IntelliJ will detect the Lombok annotation and generate the related code at compile time. If you are using any other IDE, I have added a link in the description to the Lombok website. There you can find step-by-step instructions on how to enable Lombok on your favorite IDE. The next entity is subreddit. We have the usual fields here, the ID, name, description, a reference to the list of posts with one-to-many relationship, the created date field, and reference to users with many-to-one relationship. The user entity has the user ID, name, password, email, created date, and enable fields. So here the user is enabled after completing the email verification process, which brings us to the verification token entity. Whenever a user is registered, we generate a token. We store it in the database through this entity and send this token as part of the activation link to the user. Whenever the user clicks on that link, we look up the user associated with this token and enable that user. We will discuss this functionality in detail in the next upcoming videos. And next we have the vote entity, which stores the votes by the user. We distinguish whether a vote is either upvote or downvote using an enum called as vote type. This enum has two possible values, upvote and downvote. And of course, we have references to the post and user entities, and both of them has many-to-one relationship. That leaves us with the last domain entity, comment. It has an ID, text, a reference to the post and user with the many-to-one relationships for both of them and a join. And we have the timestamp at which the comment is created through the created date field of type instant. So the next step would be to create repositories to store these entities inside the database. I have already created the repository package and all the interfaces we need. So let's go through them one by one. First of all, we have the post repository, which is extending the JPA repository, which is taking the post and the long as generic arguments. Post is of course our entity and long is the type of our primary key. And this interface is annotated with @repository annotation. Next, we have the subreddit repository, which is also extending the JPA repositories and taking subreddit and long as generic arguments, followed by the user repository. And next we have a vote repository, And lastly, we have the comment repository. Now let's configure the database in our project. For that, open the application.properties file inside the source main resources package and add the following properties. The first one is the property for MySQL driver class name. We will use the driver class of the com MySQL CJ JDBC package. The next property is the data source URL. We will provide the JDBC URL of our database schema. We will see how to create this shortly using MySQL Workbench. Next up, we have our username and password of the database, followed by the Hibernate dialect property. Here, as we are using MySQL database version 8, we are providing the MySQL 5 InnoDB dialect as the value for this property. Next up, we have our DDL auto property. I'm going with the value as update for now, but if you're developing a production grade application, you will give it a value of none and perform all your database changes through migration scripts using libraries like Flyway or Liquibase. Just take a note of this point. And lastly, we have the initialize and show SQL properties as true. Now, before we run our application, we have to make sure that the schema already exists in your database. Here we have provided the schema name as Spring Reddit clone. Now let's open MySQL Workbench. And once you are connected to the local database, in the bottom left side corner of the screen, you can find the schema section. Just right click over there and select create schema. As I have already created the schema, I won't be creating it again. Just make sure to add the schema name here and click on finish to create the schema. And also make sure you put the same schema name inside the Spring configuration back inside the application.properties file. Now that should be it for the initial setup. If you go back to IntelliJ and go to the main class, the Spring Reddit clone application class, just click on the green arrow to the left side and click on debug. This should start up the Spring context and the Tomcat server at port 8080. So inside the root package, let's create another package called as config. And inside this package, let's create a class called as security config. This class, as the name suggests, holds the complete security configuration for our backend. The first thing we are going to do is add the @enable web security annotation to this class. This is the main annotation which enables the web security module in our project, which we have added to this Spring Security Starter dependency. After that, let's extend our class using web security configurer adapter. This is the base class for our security config class. It provides us all the default security configurations which we can override and customize in our application. To do that, first we have to override the configure method which is coming in from the base class. This configure method takes HTTP security object as input, and inside this method we will disable CSRF protection for our backend. We are disabling it because CSRF attacks can mainly occur when there are sessions and when we are using cookies to authenticate the session information. As REST APIs are stateless by definition, and as we are using JSON Web Tokens for authorization, we can safely disable this feature. Next up, we will allow all the incoming requests to our backend API whose endpoint URL starts with /API/auth. And we make sure that any other request which does not match this pattern should be authenticated. So we are done with the security configuration for now. Let's create the endpoint to register our users. I'm going to create a package called as controller, and inside this package, I'm going to create a class called as auth controller, and I'm going to add REST controller annotation on top of this class, followed by the request mapping annotation, which takes the value /API/auth. Now let's create a post mapping inside the class with value as /signup. Let's also create a method called as signup. And to this method, we will be giving an input of type register request. Through this class, we'll be transferring the user details like username, password, and email as part of the request body. We call this kinds of class as a DTO, that means a data transfer object. I'm going to create this class and put it inside a package called as DTO. And to this class, let's add our Lombok annotations at data, at allogs constructor, and lastly, noaux constructor. Now let's declare the fields. The first one would be username, followed by email, and lastly the password field. Now let's create a class called as auth service inside a new package called as service. This auth service class contains the main business logic to register the users. That means creating the user object and saving it to the database and sending out activation emails, etc. I will create a method called as signup inside the class, which takes in the register request object as input. And the first thing we have to do is to create an object for the user class. And we will map the data we have from the register request object to the user object. First one would be the username, email, and password fields. The created field, I will pass in the value as instant.now. This is the Java 8 class to get current time. And lastly, by default, we will disable the user. So let's set the value for is enabled as false. And once the user is successfully validated, we will set this value, we will set the enable flag as true. Before saving the user object to the database, we have to make sure that we encode the password. Storing the password in clear text is a very bad idea. So imagine that if your database is compromised, you have to make sure that it would be very hard for the hacker to actually crack the password. That's why we encode it using different hashing algorithms, which makes it very hard to decode the passwords. One of the best hashing algorithms we can use in this scenario is the bcrypt hashing algorithm. Spring Security provides us a class which implements this algorithm called as bcrypt password encoder. Now let's use this class to encode our passwords. I will go back to security config class, and here I will create a bean for the password encoder. As the password encoder is an interface, we have to create a bean manually inside the configuration class, and whenever we are auto-wiring this bean, we will get an instance of type bcrypt password encoder. Now let's go back to auth service and auto-wire the password encoder. Now let's call the encode method of the password encoder before setting the password field for the user, and that should be it. Spring will now take care of encoding the password. Now it's time to save our user inside the database. For that, let's first auto-wire the user repository in our class. And inside the signup method, let's type user repository.save and pass the user object to the save method. Now it's time to do some refactoring for this class. You can see that we are using auto-wired annotation. There's actually nothing wrong with using auto-wired annotation, but it is not usually recommended to use it because we are using field injection here, and Spring recommends us to use constructor injection whenever possible. So I will add a link to a very good article which explains why to use constructor injection over field injection, but just make sure to check that link. I will not explain it in detail in this video, but so let's remove this auto-wired annotation and declare our field as final. And usually we have to create a constructor and set the variable for our fields but all this is taken care by the @allogs constructor. Let's add that to our class. And lastly, let's not forget to add the transactional annotation to this method as we are interacting with the relational database. Now let's enhance our registration process by sending out account activation emails. For this, the idea is to generate a verification token right after we save the user to the database and send that token as part of the verification email. Once the user is verified, then we enable the user to log into our application by setting the enable field as true. Let's create a method called as generate verification token, which takes user object as input. And let's generate a random token here. We can do that by typing uuid.randomuuid. This will generate a unique and random 128-bit value, which we can use as our verification token. Now it's just not enough to send this token through email and forget about it. We also need to persist this token in our database. So if the user chose to verify the account after 2 or 3 days, we may not have this in memory at the time. So it's better to save this token in the database, and whenever the user has verified the email, we will look up the token and then enable the user. So I will create an object for verification token and pass in the user and token details. Now let's auto-wire the verification token repository and save the token to the database. And also, we will just return this token back to our signup method. Right, now it's time to send out the activation email for the users. As first step, we need to add some additional dependencies to our project if we want to send HTML emails from our application. We will use a template engine called as Thymeleaf, which enables us to create HTML templates and use those templates to send the emails. Let's go to our pom.xml file and let me add the Thymeleaf starter dependency. Now let's go to the source main resources folder, and inside the template folder here, we create a HTML file called as mailtemplate.html. And inside this file, I will paste this HTML code, which contains a span tag. And here a variable called message is injected through Thymeleaf's text tag. Back inside the service package, let's create a class called as mail content builder. This class contains a method called as build. And this method takes the email message we want to send to the user as input. And we set this email message inside the Thymeleaf's context object. We are doing that by using the set variable method of context. And lastly, we will be passing the HTML file name and the context to the template engine through the template engine's process method. So at runtime, Thymeleaf will automatically add the email message to our HTML template. Okay, now it's time to send out email messages. Let's create another class inside the service package called as mail service. Let's add an annotation to this class, the usual service and @allogs constructor annotation. Let's create a method called as sendMail, and this method takes the object of type notification email as input. If you go inside the notification email class, you can see that it encapsulates all the details we need for an email, such as recipient, subject, and body of the email. Let's go back to send email method, and I will quickly paste in some code here. And now let me explain this. So we are constructing an instance of type myMessageHelper inside the Lambda, which creates an instance of type myMessagePreparator. And to this myMessageHelper, we are passing in the data like the sender information. We are hardcoding it as springreddit@email.com. This can be any fake email address you like. But here, as we are using a fake SMTP server, it doesn't matter. If you want to use a real world SMTP server like Gmail or something else, then you have to give a real email address here, or else it won't work. So moving on, we have our set_to, set_subject, and set_text methods. We are just mapping these fields from notification email object. But for the set_text method, we are calling the build method of mail content builder object. So this method will return the message in the HTML format. Lastly, we are using the send method of the Java mail sender class, and we are logging a message called as activation email sent. But we have a compilation error here because we did not define this log variable anywhere. For that, we can use the SLF4J annotation from Lombok, which will create an instance of SLF4J logger object and inject it into our class. So we have this particular code wrapped inside the try-catch block, and inside the catch block, we are throwing a new exception called as SpringRedditException with a message. Let's create this class and place it in another package called as exceptions. This class should extend the runtime exception class, and inside the constructor, we will call the super method and pass in the exception message. So you may ask, why are we doing this? What is the purpose of doing this, right? So let's discuss about this briefly. In our backend, especially when we are building REST APIs, exceptions are pretty common in our code. So whenever those exceptions occur, we don't want to expose the technical information to the user. For instance, like illegal state exception, null pointer exception, or socket exception, something like this. We should ideally present this information in an understandable format. We can do that by creating custom exception like this, SpringRedditException, and pass in our own exception messages. You can either create multiple exceptions for each use case in our application, or create one exception to your whole application and reuse them everywhere in your code. Alright, so we have covered all the logic to send out the emails, but one thing we still need to do is to configure the SMTP server details in our application. For that, we are going to use a fake SMTP server called as Mailtrap. You can use this service to test your code which sends out the emails. First of all, you can go to mailtrap.io and make sure to sign up for this service. And after signing up, you get your SMTP server details inside the inbox. These details look something like how you see on the screen. You get a host of the mail server, a port which we can use, and a username and password. So let's configure these details inside our application.properties. So I'm going to copy these properties here. We have a Spring Mail host, port, username and password. All these details you can get through the Mailtrap service. And lastly, the protocol we are going to send emails would be SMTP. Okay, now we have configured our SMTP server and created our mail service. We still need to call our mail service from our signup method. Let's do this. Back inside the auth service class, let's inject the mail service class, and right after the generate verification token method, I'm going to type mail service.send, and we are going to create an object of type notification email. And to this object, the first argument would be the subject. Let's pass in a string, please activate your account, as the first argument. The second argument would be the recipient. For that we type user.getEmail, and the last one is the body of the email. I'm going to paste in a string here. This string contains a URL which redirects the user to our server, and to this we are going to append our verification token. So whenever the user clicks on this URL, we take the token from the URL parameter and look it up in our DB, fetch the user who created this token and enable that user. That's how the flow would be. So the remaining part here is we have to call this signup method from our auth controller. Let's do that. Back inside the controller, I'm going to inject the auth service class and call the signup method. And so if the registration is successful, we have to send a message to the client. We can do that by just returning a response entity, which takes a string as the first argument, and we will pass the string user registration successful. And the second argument would be an enum value OK from HTTP status enum. Okay, now we are ready to test our registration flow. Let's start the server and go to Postman. So I'm using a REST client called Postman to make calls to our backend here. I'm making a post call to our signup endpoint with the user details in the body. Now let's click on send, and we got a response back from the server as user registration success. The first thing is, let's check the database and check if our user is really saved and the password is encoded or not. So inside the MySQL workbench, you can see that we have our user test user 5, and the password we have typed as password 5 in the initial request, but you can see that the password is encoded inside the database. Now let's check if we got the email or not. Let's open our Mailtrap inbox. As you can see, we already got the email, and you can see the activation link in the email. If you copy this activation link and open it in the new tab, nothing happens because we did not create the endpoint to activate the user. Let's do that now. Now inside the auth controller, let's create an endpoint which contains a get mapping with value as account verification, followed by token, which acts as a path variable. Now let's create a method which returns a response entity of type string with name as verify account. And as we are passing the token as the parameter inside the URL, we have to add path variable annotation to grab the token. And now inside the method, let's call auth service. And this time we call the method verify account and pass in the token to this method. Of course, this method does not exist yet, so let's also create it. So here we have to query the verification token repository by token, which we receive as input to the method. So here let's type verification token repository dot find by token and pass the token as input. Of course, this method definition does not exist in our repository, so let's create it And this find by token method should return an optional of verification token entity. So back inside the verify account method, let's store this return type into a variable. And as we are returning an optional here, in case if the entity does not exist, we can call the or else throw method and throw the custom exception with message as invalid token. Alright, now we have to query the corresponding user who is associated with this token and enable that user. For that, let's create a method with name fetch user and enable, which takes verification token as input. And inside this method, let's get the username by typing verification token.getUser.getUsername and store this return type inside a string variable called username. Now let's type user repository.find by username and pass in the username as input. Let's also create this method inside the user repository, and this returns an optional of type user. Now let's also call the or else throw method, and to this method let's pass in the supplier, which throws our custom Spring Reddit exception with message as user not found with name, and we will append the username to the end. So now let's store this result inside the variable user, and let's enable this user by typing user.setEnabled as true. Lastly, save the user inside the database and mark the method as transactional. Now let's go back to our auth controller and let's return a response entity back to the client by typing return new response entity. Let's pass in the first argument as message account activated successfully, and the second argument would be http status.ok. Okay, now it's time to test the user verification. Let's start the server, register with a new user, and test the verification process. Okay, so you can see that we received the response account activated successfully as expected. Now if we observe carefully, an interesting thing is our API call to register users took more than 10 seconds to complete. That means the user has to wait for 10 seconds after he clicked on the sign up button in the UI. This is because we are sending a verification email after storing the user inside the database. These kind of operations are very expensive and takes the time to complete. So as we are contacting an external mail server, so of course there will be delay and the response will be slow. What we should do in this case is to execute the code which sends the verification email asynchronously by running this part in a different thread. If you're not aware of what is asynchronous processing, I suggest you to Google about it. I will also provide a link in the description to know more about this. But so fortunately in Spring, running this piece of code asynchronously is not complicated. Spring Framework provides us with the asynchronous capabilities which we can use whenever we required. To enable that, we have to go to our application class, and on top of the class just type @enable async. This should already enable the asynchronous processing through. And now let's go to the piece of code which is responsible to send the email. That would be the send email method inside the mail service class, and on top of this method type @async. So that is it. Now our code should run asynchronously, and the response time for register users API call should be much faster. So let's restart our server and test it again. So as you can see, the API call is taking very less time and looks far better than the previous response time. This is the advantage with asynchronous processing. Any time taking task can be executed asynchronously. So these long running responses won't affect the user experience. An alternative way to do this is to use message queues like ActiveMQ or RabbitMQ. But these are too heavyweight for our use case, right? We don't need to provide reliability to the emails, but we want to put it, we want to keep it simple. So, but if you are using this email sending functionality on a larger scale, using this RabbitMQ or ActiveMQ would be recommended. So let's have a look at our authentication flow, how it would look like on the high level before we go and implement it. So first of all, we have a client who wants to log into our server. The client makes a login request to the server by providing the credentials. The server receives this information and validates the credentials. And if they are matching, it creates a JSON Web Token and sends this information back to the client. The client uses this token to authenticate itself for all the consecutive requests it's going to make to the server. So once the server receives a request with this token, it first validates this token, whether it's the same token which is generated by that server or not. And after the successful validation, it responds to the client with the required data. Before we dive in and start coding, I would like to take a moment and explain you how the authentication mechanism works in Spring Security. This is a high-level overview because there are also lots of hidden functionalities and hidden components used in this authentication mechanism. And because we are implementing in Spring using Spring Security, it is not so straightforward. If you're not clear what you're doing, it's very easy to get lost and confused. Okay, here is the diagram which shows us the high-level flow which is followed inside our project. These are the main components we'll be using to create our authentication mechanism. The first thing is, of course, our auth service, which will receive the authentication request. And inside this auth service, we grab the username and password from the request and create a username password authentication token class. We will pass this class to an authentication manager, which takes care of all the authentication which takes of authenticating our users. This authentication manager will use an interface called as user details service, which can fetch the user details from multiple sources. In our use case, it would be database. If the user details are incorrect, we get an exception at this stage. And if they are correct, the user details are passed on to authentication manager, which returns an authentication object back to the auth service. So at this moment, our authentication is successful. So as you see in the previous diagram, we will create a JWT and send it back to the user as a response. So this is a bit in-depth explanation of the authentication flow. I hope it is clear for you. Without any further delay, let's start coding. Alright, so the first thing we need to do is to update our security config class. We have to create our authentication manager. For that, Spring uses a class called as authentication manager builder. So let's configure this. For that, let's create a method, public void configure global. And now let's inject the authentication manager builder to this method using method injection. We can do that by adding authentication manager builder object as input and adding auto-void annotation on top of this method. Inside this method, now we can use the authentication manager builder. And for this object, we have the method user details service. This method takes input of type user details service. We saw what this user details service does in the previous diagram. So it mainly loads the user data from different sources. In our case, it would be database, and provides the user data to Spring. So as this is an interface, we have to create an implementation class. So let's create a class called as user details service impl, which implements the user details service interface. Now inside this class, let's override the load user by username method. This method takes the username as input and returns the user details object. Let me quickly paste the logic we are going to use in this method. So first of all, we are querying the user repository to retrieve the user based on the username. If the user does not exist, we throw a username not found exception. This is the exception which is provided by Spring. And with that user object, we create another object, which is like a wrapper with the same name user. This class is provided by Spring Framework, which implements the user details interface. And here we are just mapping the user details to this user class. And lastly, we are providing an authority called as simple granted authority for a role called user. So now we have the core part of the user authentication. Let's create the logic where we receive the request from the client. So for that, let's open the auth controller class. And here let's create a new endpoint with a post mapping with value as /login. Let's create a method by the name of login and to this method we'll pass an object of type login request. So this is the same DTO. This is a similar DTO we used for for a registration functionality called as register request. And let's create this login request class, and this class contains mainly two fields, a username and a password. And let's also add the necessary Lombok annotations, namely data, all auth constructor and no auth constructor. Now let's go back to auth controller and type authservice.login and pass the login request object as input to this method. Let's create this method inside authservice. Now what we need to do here is to implement the logic to authenticate the user. As we saw in the diagram minutes ago, the auth service contains the logic to create username password authentication token and use authentication manager to perform login. To do that, first we have to auto-wire authentication manager into the auth service class. If you read the documentation for authentication manager, we can observe that this is an interface, and for an interface, if we do not mention explicitly what kind of bean to create, Spring throws an exception because there are multiple implementations of authentication manager. So we have to create a bean inside our security config, which extends the web security configure adapter. So let's do that. So whenever we auto-wire authentication manager, Spring finds this bean and injects it into our class. Now let us continue the implementation. Inside the auth service class, let's type authentication manager.authentication, and here we are going to pass an object of type username password authentication token by typing new username password authentication token and passing the username and password from the login request object as the constructor arguments. Okay, so let's go back to our diagram and see where we are. We implemented the part where we create the username password authentication token. We pass this token to authentication manager's authenticate method, which in turn calls the user details service. We also implemented the logic to read the user from database and return the user details to the authentication manager. So now this authentication manager verifies our credentials in the background, and if they are matching, it returns us an object called as authentication. That means we have implemented the authentication functionality, but not completely. We still have to create JSON Web Tokens and send it as a response to the client. So to create the JSON Web Tokens in our project, I'm going to add a new dependency inside the pom.xml called as Spring Boot Starter over to resource server. So this particular dependency will add the resource server capabilities, and through that the JWT mechanism will also be enabled in our project. So to create the JSON Web Tokens, we have to first create a class called as JWT Provider under the security package. So I'm going to create this JWT Provider class. And before we go ahead and implement the logic to create the JSON Web Tokens, let's go ahead and understand how the JSON Web Tokens looks like and how are they created. I opened the jwt.io website. So this is the JSON Web Token official website. If I scroll down, you can see a debugger section, and here under the encoded area, you can see a string, which is nothing but the JSON Web Tokens. It's how it's look like. So the JSON Web Tokens contains mainly three parts, which is the first part, which is nothing but the header. You can see it in the decoder section. The second part is the payload or the data regarding the user. Also, you can see it here. And the third part is the signature. So let's understand all these three parts now. The first thing you have to know about is the payload, the second part. So this is nothing but the JSON representation of the user information. Here you can see that it contains the username and also the subject and also the issued at field. It's nothing but at which time the token is issued. So this particular JSON string is actually represented in this format by applying an algorithm called as base64 encoding. So if you encode this particular JSON string, it will be displayed like this in this format, in the base64 encoded format. So if I change this name from Sai to John Doe, you can see that the base64 encoded string is also changed. So just observe this while I change the name. So I'm going to write 123, and you can see that the base64 encoded string is also changing here, right? Coming to the second part, we have the header, which contains the algorithm which is used to sign this particular token, and we are using mainly the HS256 algorithm, and the type of token we have is the JWT token. So the third part is going to be verify signature. So this is usually generated by the server. So this is generated by the server. So how it is generated is very simple. So it will take the base64 encoded part of the header you see here in the JSON header, and the base64 encoded part of the JSON payload, and it will use the HS256 algorithm, which is nothing but HMAC SHA256 algorithm, to create a unique string, right? And you may get one doubt now, like if you already know the data which is being encrypted and also the algorithm which is encrypted, can't you just decrypt it to understand what is the signature? Right, we can decrypt it if you have all the information. But what server will do is it will encrypt this particular data using this algorithm using a unique key. So this is what you see here, the text your 256-bit secret, and this key can be of two types. It can be a symmetric key, which is nothing but a random string, or it can be an asymmetric key. An asymmetric key contains two keys. It's a private key and a public key. The server will sign this particular text using the private and public key, and when it gets this information, it will use the public key to decrypt this information, and it will verify whether the token is generated by the server or not. If you want to know a bit more about private key and public key, I suggest you to have a look at some of the tutorials. There are many tutorials which explains this in much detail. I don't want to explain this as part of this tutorial, but this is the concept, this is the mechanism how the JWT works, right? It contains a payload, it contains a header, and it applies a unique HS256 algorithm using a key, and that will create the signature part, the third signature part here. So now let's go ahead and implement this logic to create the JSON Web Tokens in our project. So we are not going to use a symmetric key, but we are going to use an asymmetric key to sign the token. So I'm going to open IntelliJ and go back to our project, and inside the JWT provider class, I've already created the code which is required to generate the token. So we have this JWT provider class which has the service and the required args constructor annotation, and the main thing we have here is the generate token method. So this generate token method is going to take an authentication object as the input parameter, and inside the generate token method, we are first retrieving the user information because we need the user information to create the JSON Web Token. So we are going to retrieve the user information by typing authentication.getPrincipal, and this is going to return an object, and then we are going to cast this object to our user object, and then we will have the user information. So with this user information, we can generate the token. So I've created a method called as generate token with username. If I go inside that method, we are creating something called as a JWT claims set. So this is nothing but the payload which you saw in the JWT website. So this is nothing but the payload and the data. We also call it as claims, claim set in this case. So we are creating this claim set using the JWT claim set class. We are using the builder, and we are providing the issuer as self because we are issuing it ourselves, and we are providing the subject as the username, and we are also providing when is this particular claim set issued. So I'm going to use instant.now method to generate the timestamp of the issued timestamp, and we are also going to expire this particular token after a certain time, right? So we are going to expire it after like a certain milliseconds. For that, I've created a JWT expiration in millis class level variable, and here we can provide any arbitrary value in millis. So if I open, you can see that we are actually reading a property called as jwt.expiration.time, which is configured inside the application.properties file. We'll have a look at this in some time, but let's first let me explain this particular what we are doing inside the generate token method. So after creating the claims, we are using a JWT encoder. So this is the class which will sign the token. So we call it as a JWT encoder, and this is JWT encoder class is coming from Spring Security OAuth 2 JWT package. And what this JWT encoder will do is it will take the claims. It will take the claims object we have created, and we are going to pass this particular claims to the encode method of the JWT encoder, right? And after this claims are encoded, we can retrieve the token by calling the method get token value, right? And this will generate the JSON Web Token in the background. So we can make use of the Spring Security Resource Server dependency to automatically generate the JWT token instead of manually generating the token by ourselves, right? So now we had a look at the JWT encoder. Now let's see how this jwt.expiration.time property is configured in the project. So I'm going to open the resources folder and application.properties. Here you can see the JWT.expiration time I provided as 90,000 milliseconds. And you can also observe we have two more properties here, jwt.public key and jwt.private key. So as I mentioned before, we are going to use the asymmetric encryption, asymmetric key in our project to create the JSON Web Tokens. So for that, I've added these two properties to define the private and public key. And here the public and private key are referring to these two files, app.key and app.pub files. So these two files I've already generated. You can find it in the GitHub source code. So we are going to reference this particular two files using this JWT public key and JWT private key fields, right? And we are going to make use of these two fields inside the security configuration while creating the JWT encoder bean, right? We are using the JWT encoder bean, but we did not create it anywhere. So we will create it inside the security configuration class. So I'm going to open config package and go to the security configuration. And in here, you can see that we have created a bean called as JWT encoder. And inside this bean, we are making use of the public key and the private key. We have defined this public key and private key on the top. So if I go scroll all the way to the top, you can see that we are reading the values jwt.public key and jwt.private key using the value annotation. And Spring will automatically convert this particular files into a RSA public key and as an RSA private key. So once we have this public key and private key, we can pass these two keys to our JWT encoder bean. So I'm just going to scroll down, and here we are creating the encoder. First, we are creating a JSON web key by building the RSA key using the public key and as well as the private key. And we are using this JSON web key to create a JSON web key source, something called as a JSON web key source, which is used by the encoder. And after creating the JSON web key source, we are creating a object of type Nimbus JWT encoder, which will actually in the background sign this particular JWT using this particular public key and a private key. And after creating the object, we are returning it back from this method so that whenever we call the JWT encoder bean, it will return a Nimbus JWT encoder. And now as we have created a encoder, we also need to create a decoder. So using a decoder, the server will decode the JSON Web Token and verify whether it's actually created by the server or not. So for that, I'm going to create a new bean called as JWT decoder. And inside this method, I'm going to just call the Nimbus JWT decoder with public key and the build method. So this will create the Nimbus JWT decoder automatically. And this JWT decoder, we don't need to use it now. It's used internally by the Spring Security framework. And lastly, we also need to configure the resource server in our application. We have added the resource server dependency to the pom.xml, but we did not configure the resource server yet. So for that, inside the configure method, I'm just going to scroll down, and to the end, we are going to add some more configuration called as .auth to resource server. And inside this resource server method, I'm going to call in the method reference for the JWT method, which is coming from auth to resource server configurer. So this will mainly enable the JWT mechanism in our security configuration. And after that, we also have the session management configuration, and the session management is going to be a stateless session. As JWT are stateless by default, we are going to opt for the stateless session creation policy. After that, we also are going to create the authentication entry point and access denied handler, right? So whenever the user provides us with JWT, Spring Security will use this bearer token authentication entry point class to start the JWT authentication mechanism. And if the JWT is not valid, it will use the broken bearer token access denied handler class to throw an error message that the JWT is invalid, right? So this is what you need to do to create the infrastructure regarding the JWT inside our project. When you go to the JWT provider class, you can see that whenever we call this generate token method, the token will be created automatically using the user information. So now let's go ahead and call this generate token method inside the auth service. Before that, we have to store the authentication object inside the security context. We can do that by typing security context holder dot get context dot set authentication, and to this method call pass in the authenticate object. So if you want to check if a user is logged in or not, we can just look up the security context for the authenticate object, for the authentication object. And if we find the object, then we can be sure that the user is logged in. And if not, the user is not logged in. So now let's inject the JWT provider class inside the auth service. And back inside the method, we will call the generate token method of the JWT provider. And of course, this method returns a string, which is our authentication token. Now we can send this token back to the user. To send this token, we will use a DTO called as authentication response. Let's create this class inside the DTO package. This class contains the fields with name authentication token and the username. Both are of type string. So now inside the login method, let's create an object for authentication response, fill that object with our token and the username, and then return it back to the controller. And inside the controller, let's add a return statement to our call to the login method of the auth service, and change the return type of the method to authentication response. So now it's time to test whether the login is working or not. So now let's start the server and make a login request using Postman. So I made the login request using the account I have created before, and you can see that we received the token, the authentication token, and username as response back from the server. In the last video, we saw a sequence diagram which provides a high-level overview of the authentication mechanism. In this video, we're going to dive deep onto the fifth point, where we validate the JSON Web Token on the server. So this is how the actual process looks like. The client makes a request to the server. The request is intercepted by a custom filter called as JWT authentication filter. This filter will retrieve the access token and validates it. If the validation is successful, the request will be forwarded to the corresponding controller. So the good thing is we don't need to create this JWT filter by ourselves. This is already provided by the Spring Security framework by default. So let's have a look at how this JWT filter method is implemented in Spring Security, right? So we're going to go inside the depths of the Spring Security framework and understand how this is going to work. So for this we are going to mainly have a look at the bearer token authentication filter class. So this is the class which is used by Spring Security. I've opened it inside the IntelliJ IDEA. This is not this class is not inside our Spring Reddit clone project, but this is from the Spring Security project. So I can open the class by first typing double shift, and I'm going to search for bearer token authentication filter, and inside the classes you can find the bearer token authentication filter. I just double click on that class, and you can click on download sources to download the whole source code, right? So as I said before, Spring Security is going to use bearer token authentication filter, as we are using a bearer token kind of JWT. So inside this filter we have this do filter alternate method. This is actually responsible to actually start the flow to execute the filter. And inside this method we are first we can see that from the HTTP servlet request we are first retrieving the token. This retrieval is done through a class called as bearer token resolver, and we are calling the method called as resolve. So if I go inside the resolve method, you can see that you'll be taken to a bearer token resolver functional interface. I can check for the implementations here, and you can see this default bearer token handler resolver. And inside this resolve method, you can see that we are first getting the authentication header token from the request, and after getting the authentication header token, we are first checking whether this token is not equal to null, and once this is not null, we are actually sending back the authorization header token back to the token authentication bearer token authentication filter. So once we have the token, we are again making some checks that the token is not equal to null, and we are passing this token to a bearer token authentication token class, right? We are building a class, an object called as authentication request, and we are passing this authentication request object to a authentication manager, So in the background, Spring will actually make use of authentication token and will verify the JWT token using the infrastructure we have built previously, using the JWT encoder and also the JWT decoder. And once the authentication result is back, it will set it in the security context, and Spring framework then will do the normal authentication. If a token is valid, it will send the request to this particular controller, or it will throw an error. So now we can continue building our backend by first creating the subreddit controller. And the first thing we have to do when we create a controller is to annotate the class as REST controller. And for this API, we're going to provide the request mapping as /API/subreddit. Let's also add the usual Lombok annotations we are going to need. And the first method we are going to implement is the create subreddit method. This method will follow a post mapping, and as the request body, we will send the information in the form of a DTO. Let's call this DTO as a subreddit DTO, and let's also create this class. So basically, to create a subreddit, the information we are going to need is just a subreddit name and description. But we are also going to read the subreddit information. For that, we need the ID of the subreddit, and lastly, the number of posts which are inside the subreddit. Let's create all these fields inside the DTO and provide all the required Lombok annotations. Okay, so we should always try to avoid to write business logic in our controllers. The responsibility is to receive requests from the client and delegate them to the service layer. So to implement the functionality, we are going to need a service class. Let's create this class inside the service package with the name as subreddit service. And inside this class, let's create a method called as save, which is responsible to create and save the subreddit information. To create the subreddit, first we have to map the information we need from DTO to subreddit entity. Let's create a method to do these mappings, which is called as map subreddit to DTO. Inside this method, we're going to use the builder pattern to construct our subreddit entity, and we'll just return it back to our method. We can also use some mapping libraries like Mapstruct to make our life easier. I will introduce that library in the upcoming videos, but for now, let's concentrate on creating the API and test the token validation logic. So we have our subreddit entity. Let's save this inside the repository. For that, we need to first inject the subreddit repository into a class and later just save the entity by typing subreddit repository.save. After saving the entity, we can set the ID field inside our DTO and return it back to the controller. Back inside the controller, let's inject the subreddit service and call the save method. Let's store the return type and return it back to the client, but we just won't return the subreddit DTO. We will wrap the DTO using Spring's response entity class. In this way, Spring provides us some sensible default information as response to the client. We will type response entity.status as it is a post call, and as we are creating a subreddit, the appropriate return type for this kind of REST call is value 201. In Spring, this value is represented by the enum created. And lastly, let's include the subreddit DTO as the body of the response entity and return it back to the client. Now let's also quickly create an API to read the subreddits. For that, I will create a getAllSubreddit method which supports get mapping. Now let's create a method called as getAll inside the subreddit service. And the most important annotation we forgot to add before is the @transactional annotation. As we are using a relational database, to guarantee consistency, we need to add the annotations to all the methods which are going to interact with the database. For the getAll method, we will add the transactional annotation with read-only flag as true. So inside this method, let's simply call the findAll method of the subreddit repository. And now we should do the mappings from subreddit entity to the subreddit DTO. Let's create another method to perform these mappings. And here let me quickly copy the necessary code as we are not doing anything complex apart from just some simple mappings. Once this is completed, return the DTO back to the controller and the controller will return this DTO with appropriate HTTP status. Alright, so we are coming to the end of the video. Before we go ahead and test our validation logic and APIs, you have to make sure that Spring Security knows about our JWT Authentication Filter class. So let's go to the Spring Security Config class, and inside the configure method, let's add this line of code, which is http security.addBefore. And to this method, we are passing the JWT Authentication Filter followed by the username password filter. So now Spring tries to first check for the access token, the JWT token, before trying the username password authentication scheme. With that, all the configuration part is completed. So let's go ahead, start our server and test our implementation. So after starting the server, open your favorite REST client. I'm using Postman. And here I have already prepared some requests to show you how it is working. First of all, I have made a login request with some credentials and I received a token as response. So we are going to use this token inside the bearer scheme and make a request to create the subreddit. As you can see, the request was successfully completed and we received back the ID of the subreddit. Now let's try to read all the subreddits. Also for this, I have prepared a request and here you can see all the subreddits I have in my database. Lastly, let's test the negative case. That means what happens if we try to send an invalid token to the server. So let's go to the authorization tab and remove the last character from the token and send the request. So as you can see, we got back an error message from our server. If we put back the correct access token and make the request again, we should see all the subreddit information. So let's have a look at what is Mapstruct. If you go to the mapstruct.org website, You can see in the home page, it is written that it is a Java library which generates the mapping code, the mapping logic in our application. That means if you have two objects and you want to map the data between these two objects, we can use Mapstruct to generate the mapping code by just using some annotations. If you scroll down, you can see the section Mapstruct in 2 minutes. Here we have an example where we have a car object and a car DTO object. So if you want to map the data between these two objects, first, usually what you'll do is create a new car object and then use the setter methods to set the data for each field. And imagine if you have like 5 or 10 fields or more than 10 fields in the Pojo class, then you have to write the mapping code manually. So this will be pretty sometimes maybe complex, and also mainly it's pretty boring to write this kind of code. So we can just ask Mapstruct to generate this kind of code automatically by just writing the method definition, which takes in the source object as input, and we provide the target object type as the return type of the method. And that's all we have to do. Mapstruct will then generate all the required mappings at compile time. And so we will actually see how it generates the code and what kind of code it generates very soon. But I hope you understand what is Mapstruct. So let's go ahead and install this library in our project. Okay, so let's go to the documentation section in the home page, and under the Apache Maven section, you can see the library details in the pom.xml file. So let's just copy these details into the corresponding section of our pom.xml file. We need to copy the dependency and the plugin. So the only change we have to do here is to add also the Lombok dependency to the annotation processor paths, because Lombok is also a library which generates code at compile time in our project. So if you forgot to add this Lombok dependency, you will get some compilation errors in your project. So that's it for the installation. We are ready now to use the Mapstruct in our project. So let's start by creating some mappings in our subreddit service. First of all, I'm going to create a new package called as mapper, and inside this package, I will create a new interface with the name subreddit mapper. And now let's annotate this interface with @mapper and pass in the component modal value as Spring. The first method we are going to define is the map2DTO method. So this method takes in the subreddit object as input and returns us back the subreddit DTO object. So if we compare the fields, we have ID, name, description, post, created date, and user fields inside the subreddit. And inside subreddit, we have ID, name, description, and post count. So we have some fields with the similar field names and also types. So Mapstruct will identify and generate the mapping logic automatically for these fields. And for the remaining field, the number of posts, this is just an integer field. We have to create mapping from list of posts to integer. That means we have to just return the size of this list. We can do that by creating a new method called as mapPosts, so which takes in a list of posts as input. And inside this method, we will just return number of posts.size. So that means we're just returning the size of this list. So we can tell to Mapstruct to use this method when mapping the post field by just annotating, by using annotation called as @mapping with target as number of posts. And here we are using a method to do this, to use the mapping. And here we're using a method to do the mapping. So we will just use that method in the field called expression. So we just type expression and we pass in the Java method. So let's try to compile this interface. If you're using IntelliJ, you can type Ctrl+Shift F9. And now you can check the implementation to see the generated code by Mapstruct. Let's create mappings from subreddit DTO to subreddit entity. We can do that by declaring another method, but in this case, we just add an annotation called as inherit inverse configuration. So this annotation will create the mappings similar to map subreddit to DTO method, but instead this time it will create mappings from subreddit DTO to subreddit entity. And in this case, actually, we can ignore the post field because we have to set this field when creating the post. Now let's also compile this code and check whether the mappings are created or not. So as you can see, we have generated the mapping successfully also for this method. Now it's time to refactor the existing code by first removing the mapping methods and replacing them with the methods from subreddit mapper. So in the previous video, I forgot to add an endpoint to retrieve a subreddit based on the ID. So let's quickly add this endpoint. Inside the subreddit controller, I have created a method called as getSubreddit, which takes an ID of type long, and this is also a path variable. And I have also added the getMapping annotations, which takes the ID as the value. Inside this method, I am calling the getSubreddit method of the subreddit service, and this getSubreddit method is actually retrieving the subreddit based on the ID, and then doing the mapping, and then returning the value, and then returning the subreddit back to the controller. Alright, now let's start our application and let's try to create a subreddit and see if the mapping is working correctly or not. Okay, so now let's go back to IntelliJ and let's start creating the API to create and read posts. The first thing we have to do is to create a class called as post controller, and let's annotate this class with the usual annotations: REST controller, request mapping with value /API/posts, and the last one is all-aux constructor annotation. So I will just copy paste all the methods which we are going to create here. So the first one is a post mapping, which is of course used to create new posts. For this method, we are taking a post request as input, and let's create this class inside the DTO package. And this class contains the fields post ID, subreddit name, post name, URL, and description. And the remaining methods in our controller are get mappings. We have one method to read all the posts in our application, one method to return a particular post, and another method to return all the posts under a subreddit. And the last method is to return posts which are created by a specific user. Okay, so let's implement these methods inside our post service class. Of course, it's not existing. Let's create this class first inside the service package. And let's add the service and all-aux constructor annotations to this class. Now let's create the method save, which takes the post request object as input. Now here we have to create the mappings from post request to post entity. So I have already created a post mapper interface for this. So let's go into that interface, and you can see the first annotation we have is a mapper annotation from Mapstruct on top of our interface. And the first mapping method you see is to create a post from the post request object. So to create a post, we not only need the post details, but also the subreddit and the user details. We'll be passing these details through the post service class to this method. And you can see here that we have mappings for the fields created date, subreddit, user, and description. And the first mapping for the field created date, here I am using the expression property and passing the value as instant.now. So this value will be mapped to the created date field inside the post object. Next one is for the fields user and subreddit. So here the field names are same between for these two objects, that means post request and post. So we can go ahead and remove these mappings because of the field name matches in the source and target objects. Then we don't need to explicitly mention the mappings. That will be taken care by Mapstruct. The last mapping is for the field description. Here we have to mention that the source is inside the post request object. That's why we put the value as post request.description. In the same way, we have the other mappings for the method called as map to DTO. And here we are mapping from post object to the post response object. So the first mapping is for the field ID inside the post response, and here the source is the post ID, and followed by the post name, description, and URL. And the next mappings are for the field subreddit name inside the post response. But for this field we are using the subreddit, the name field inside the subreddit, inside the post class. That means if I go into post, we have the field subreddit, and if I go inside subreddit, we have a name field. So we want to map this particular field to the post response subreddit name field. So that's what we are inferring here through this through this annotation. We will be mapping the subreddit.name field to the subreddit name field inside the post response. The same applies also for the username field. So as I said before, we can remove the mappings whenever where the source and the target names are the same. So let's do that. Now let's compile this interface and see whether the mappings are generated or not. I will type Ctrl+Shift+F9, which is the shortcut to compile in IntelliJ. And if you click on the green button here, you can see the implementations which are generated by Mapstruct. Let us go back to the post service class. Inside the save method, let's implement the necessary logic. We have the post request object, and to construct the post object, we need the subreddit and user details. For that, we need the subreddit repository and auth service classes. Let's inject these two dependencies to our post service. Now I'm going to retrieve the subreddit from the subreddit repository by typing subreddit repository.findByName and pass in the subreddit name. So if there is no subreddit with this name, we are going to simply throw the subreddit not found exception. Next, we need the details of the user who made this request. We can get the user details by calling getCurrentUser method inside the auth service class. Now we have all the needed objects to get our post object. So let's inject the post mapper into a class. And after that, I'm going to type postmapper.map and pass in the post request, subreddit, and user objects as inputs to this method. And lastly, let's not forget to add the written statement to the method. Okay, now we are done with the save method. The important thing here is to add the transactional annotation. Let's add it on top of the class. And after that, we have to implement the method to read the post. And after that, we have to implement the method to read the posts by different criteria. That means to get one post, so that means to get a single post, to get all posts, and to get the posts by subreddit and users. I'm not going to bore you by typing all the usual find by methods. So just to make it quick, I'm going to quickly copy paste the required code. So we have the method get posts. Here we are reading the posts by querying the post repository by ID using the find by ID method. And if there are no posts with that ID, we are throwing the post not found exception. And if we do find the post, then we are using the map to DTO method from post mapper we defined and returning the post response back to the controller. Similarly, we have the get all posts method, and for the get posts by subreddit, we have to first read out the subreddit details by ID and then query all the posts by the subreddit. Then we get a list of posts back from the find all by subreddit method, which is defined inside the post repository interface. And here we are going through each post inside the list using streams and mapping the post object to the post response object. And finally, we are collecting to a list and returning it back to the controller. The same thing is happening also here for the get post by username method. So I'm not going to go into much details. I hope it is clear for you what's happening inside this method. Before testing this, let's go to the post controller class. And you can see that for every method inside this controller, I am wrapping the response we are getting from the post service class with the response entity object. So this is a class from Spring MVC. So through this object, we can return the different status codes for different scenarios. That means, for instance, if we want to create a post, usually if we are creating a resource in REST world, we should return HTTP status as 201. That means created. We can do that by using the status method, and here I am passing the HTTP status.created enum value to this method. Similarly, for the get mappings, we are returning an OK status, that means HTTP status 200. In this way, we can have nicely In this way, we can nicely control what kind of responses we are sending back to the client. So, okay, so as we are through with this, it's time to start up the application and test the functionality we have developed so far. So I will be back once I have started the application. So we are going to test our post API now. First of all, I'm going to log into our app and get a valid JSON Web Token from the application. Once I receive this token, I'm going to use it to create a post. So here I'm going to throw in some dummy data quickly and call the /API/post API with the HTTP post method. So as you can see, we received a 201 response back from the server. That means my request is successful. Actually, to be honest, we have to return the ID of the post here. So just the user knows what is the ID of the post he has just requested to create. But we can add it in the next sections. For now, let's go ahead and test the get functionality. So as I mentioned before, we are going to create the API to manage comments in our application. Before starting the code, let's go ahead and see what all the endpoints we are going to create in this video. So I opened the link for the written tutorial here. And if you go to the section implement API for managing comments, you can see a table where we have our required mappings along with the HTTP method and the name of the method we are going to implement inside our controller. So the first one is an endpoint to create comments in our application. That would be a post mapping, and the path is /API/comments. The next one is the mapping to retrieve comments for a particular post. Here we have a get mapping and we are passing the post ID as a URI path variable. And similarly, we have our last mapping to retrieve comments for a particular user, which also takes the username as the URI path variable. So now let's go ahead and start coding. Inside the controller package, I'm going to create a class called as commentscontroller.java, and the first thing we are going to do is to annotate this class with the usual REST controller annotation, and after that the request mapping annotation, and the value here would be /API/comments. Lastly, let's add also the Lombok annotation allocs constructor. Now let's create our first method, create comments, and annotate it with the post mapping annotation, as this is going to handle the post request. This also contains a request body, so let's add the request body annotation. And now we have to create a DTO class called as comments DTO, which represents the structure of the request body. So inside this comments DTO, I'm going to quickly copy the necessary fields and paste them, and also the annotations we are going to use. So we have the fields ID, post ID, created date, text, and username. And here the text would be the actual comment posted by the user. Now let's go back to our comments controller class. And here we have our request body. Now we have to convert this object into our comment entity and save it to the database. As usual, we are going to handle these logic inside our service class. So let's create a comment service class inside the service package and add the needed annotations. I'm going to create a method called as save, which takes comments DTO object as input. Now we have to map the data inside comments DTO to our comment entity. So if I open the comment entity class, you can see that we have the fields ID, text, post, created date, and user. And we have the fields text inside our DTO as we saw before, and the field created date will be generated dynamically. And all we need is a post and user to construct the comment object. Now, if you open the comments DTO, you can see we have already the post ID and username fields. So we just have to query the post repository and user repository interfaces to retrieve the corresponding user and post objects. So here I'm going to show a small tip. If you're using IntelliJ, if you want to see multiple editors at once, we have this very good option to split the screen vertically and also horizontally. so that if I want to compare the fields, I just can right click on the editor name here and select split vertically. Now you can see more than 2 editors at once. This will come in handy when you're dealing with the projects which have lots of files. And also another tip is, if you want to switch between windows, you can use Control Tab. This is a key combination. This opens up a switcher window, and there you can see the file history. You have your file history, and then you can navigate through that by pressing Tab while holding the Control key. So this is the shortcut I use every time to navigate between the files in the history. Okay, now back to our comment service class, and let's inject the post repository and user repository into our comment service. And inside the save method, I'm going to query the post repository by using the find by ID method and by passing in the post ID. So as this returns an optional, if the post is not available, we can call the or else throw block, and inside that we'll pass in a supplier to throw a post not found exception. Next thing is we have to determine the author of the comment. So for that, instead of using the username, we can check who is the currently logged in user and use that object to create our comment object. For that, I need to also inject all service class into our comment service. Now we have all the necessary information. All we need is a mapper which can map our comments DTO to comment objects. So let's quickly create an interface called as comment mapper, which is inside the mapper package. Okay, so I've already prepared all the method definitions and mappings inside this comment mapper interface. The first mapping we have is for the map method, which takes in the comments DTO and the post and the user and returns the comment. So the first mapping is for the field ID. So we are ignoring this ID field because the ID will be auto-generated whenever we save the object to the database. So there is no need to specifically mention the mappings here. That's why I've used ignore equal to true value inside the annotation. The next one is for the field text. Here we are taking the text value from the comments DTO object and mapping it to the text field of comment object. And the next mapping is for the created date field. Here we are evaluating an expression, a Java expression, and I'm passing the java.time.instant.now expression to the Java to the expression field. Mapstruct will evaluate the instant.now expression and will take the return statement and map it to the created date field. So you may ask me, why did I mention java.time.instant instead of just writing instant? Because whenever Mapstruct creates the implementation class for this interface, it will not add the import statement to the class because we did not mention how to. So there is no way to add the import statement to the implementation class. So that's why if we provide the fully qualified class name, then there is no need to add import statements specifically. So these are the mappings we are providing explicitly. Next up is the method map to DTO. Here this is a straightforward. We have just a comment object coming in as an input argument, and we are constructing and returning the comments DTO object here. And the first mapping is for post ID. Here also we are going to use the expression field, and we are going to pass in the Java expression comment.getPost.getPostID because we have the post ID inside the post object. And similarly, we are going to map the username to the comments DTO object by using the expression comment.getUser.getUsername. Now let's go back to our service class and inject this mapper. Inside the save method, I am going to type comment mapper. Inside the save method, I am going to type comment mapper.map and pass in the comments DTO post. And for the user object, I'm going to make a method call to auth service. Auth service is get current user method, which returns us the currently logged in user. So now let's store the return type of this into a variable, and to save the object, we need a comment repository. So let's inject that quickly and save the object to the database. Okay, we are done with the save logic. Now we have to also implement the functionality to send a notification email to the author of the post. So that means whenever a user submits a comment on the post, we will send a notification email to the creator of the post. If you remember, we have already built the mail sending functionality previously, and so we can just reuse those code, and so we can just reuse that code. So I'm going to go ahead and inject the required components into a service and paste in the required code, and we will have a look at it, and we will revisit and see what it's doing. So you can see we are first building the body of our email by using the mail content builder. Once we get our email message, we can send the email by using the mail service.sendMail method. And inside this method, we are passing the notification email object, where we pass the subject line of our email followed by the email address of the post author, and followed by the email message. So once we execute this one, we are already sending the email message asynchronously to the user. We have completed the implementation part inside the service. Now let's go to the controller and inject comment service and call the save method. Now we have to send the response back to the client that the comment is created. We can do that by returning a response entity which takes the HTTP status object as the constructor argument. As we are creating a resource in the REST world, we will send back the response as status 201 or created. So we have an enum value called as created inside HTTP status enum. So we will return that value. So we will use that value inside the constructor argument of response entity. Let's create the implementations for our two get mappings. The first one is the get all comments for post method, which takes in a path variable of type long with name post ID. Inside this method, we are calling another method inside the comment service with same name get all comments for post. And we are returning the response back to the client by adding the return type of this method call to the response body. And finally, we are sending the HTTP status as OK for this REST call. Now let's create this method inside the comment service, and inside the method, we have to first query the post repository to find the post by ID. And as this method returns an optional, we can use the or else throw method to throw a post not found exception. If we do find a post, then we store it in a variable, and we will find all the necessary comments which are associated with this post by using the find by post method. As this method returns a list of comments, we use the stream and map functions in the Java 8 to map the comment object to comment DTO object by using the map to DTO method from the comment mapper interface. Finally, we are collecting the result back to a list, and we'll return it back to the controller. Now let's create our last method, get all comments for user, which also takes in the path variable of type string and with variable name as username. We are calling the get all comments for user method inside comment service. And if you go inside that method, we are first querying the user from the database and then querying all the comments by the user using find by user method inside the comment repository. The resulting list of comments, we are streaming and then mapping them to comments DTO objects and returning the list of comments DTO's object back to the controller. We are also returning back the response entity to the client similarly to our previous method by adding the return value from the service to the body and the HTTP status as OK. Alright, we have completed the implementation of the API to create and read comments. Let's test our implementation now by first starting up the server and opening the Postman client. So let's open our controller class, which is named as vote controller. And here we have the annotations for our class, the rest controller, rest mapping, and our logs constructor. And the rest mapping is for the value /API/votes. And inside this class, we have only one method, which is a post mapping. So it's just, its main purpose is to submit a vote for a particular post. And we are receiving a vote DTO object as a request body as input from the client. And if I drill down, we have two fields in this class. One, it is a vote type and the post ID. So vote type is an enum which contains values for either an upvote or a downvote. And we also have a direction field inside this enum. So for the upvote, we have the direction as 1, and for the downvote, we have direction as -1. And if you go back to the vote DTO, the other field is an identification of the post. So it would be just post ID. Back inside the controller, I injected the vote service class, and inside the vote method of the controller, I called the vote method of the vote service class. So let's go ahead into the vote service, and this method is first retrieving the post, which needs to be updated with the vote. So as this find by method returns an optional, we are using the or else throw method here to throw a post not found exception in case if we don't find any post. And if we do find, then we are storing this return type inside the variable. So the next query is an interesting one. We are finding the recent vote which is submitted by the user for this post. So as we are using Spring Data here, Spring Data JPA, I created the method find top by post and user, order by vote ID, descending. So what does it query do? So here we are first finding the user by post and the user information, order those results by vote ID in descending order, and get the top one. So what that would be? So we are just getting the recent vote by the user for a particular post. So that would be the latest vote by the user. So once we retrieve this information, we want to do some validations here. So we want to make sure that the user is able to either upvote or downvote only once consecutively. That means if I upvoted a post, I should not be able to upvote the post again, because I'm the same user and I cannot do the same actions consecutively. The only valid action at the time is to downvote. So here we are doing this validation, and after that we are making sure that the vote is present, and if the vote existing is the existing vote type is equal to the requested vote type, then we throw an exception with the message, because we cannot vote in the same direction twice in the row. So now after this validation, we do either increment or subtract the vote count of the post by 1 based on the vote type. And finally, we have to map this vote DTO to vote. So, and then we save this inside the database. The same also apply for the post. So here in this method, we are manually mapping all the fields. So because I don't like to create the mapper when we are creating a small mapping logic, and it's just one method. So it's better off putting this method inside the service itself. So, and what we are doing inside this method is to use the builder method inside the vote DTO. So we have this builder annotation which will be generating the builder method at compile time. And so this builder method is used to construct the object of vote DTO. So as this builder method's name suggests, it builds the objects by making the code more readable and easy to understand. So there's a design pattern behind this method called as a builder pattern, and you can read more about builder patterns. And if you want to learn more design patterns in general, I highly recommend going through the book Head First Design Patterns. This is a book which introduces you to the design pattern, and it's a very good book. Okay, let's move on and go back to the controller. So after saving the vote information to database, we just return a success response back to the client with status as okay. Now we have to include the vote and comments information when user is retrieving the post. So I have added some additional fields inside the post response class. I added this comment just for you to understand. I will remove it now. So these new fields are number of votes for a post, the number of comments, and the last field is duration. So this field shows us the relative time duration of the post creation time. So we are calculating this using a library called as time_ago. So let me open the GitHub page of this library. It's just a Kotlin library. So we can also use it in our Java project. Here in the example, you can see that the time is displaying as 4 days ago, a minute ago, and also just now. So this is how you see the timestamp in sites like Reddit and also Stack Overflow. So let's go back to our project. I can quickly show you the dependency information of this time_ago library inside the POM XML file. And here we have this dependency followed by the Kotlin libraries, the Kotlin standard libraries, because this is a Kotlin based library, and we need to add also these dependencies to our project. The first one is the Kotlin standard library for JDK8 and the Kotlin test JUnit dependency. And for this dependency, Kotlin standard library JDK8 to work with our project, we need to also add a Maven plugin with the called as Kotlin Maven plugin. So this is including in the compile phase. So whenever it finds some Kotlin specific code, it makes sure to generate the Java code for it. And we are filling this value inside our post mapper. And if we go to the post mapper, if you notice that I've changed this from an interface to an abstract class here, because we have added 4 new fields inside our DTO, and we need some dependencies to fill these details in the mapper. That means for comment count, we need access to the comment repository, and for vote count, we need to access the vote repository, and also the auth service is used to calculate the vote count. So let us see what we have changed here. So after changing it to the abstract class, I auto-write these dependencies as I said before, and our first method is map, which maps the post request to the post object. And here we have set the vote count to 0, because whenever we are saving a post, the default vote count should be 0, right? There is no need to put any value here. So that's why I use the constant field inside the mapping annotation to send the value as 0. If I click on the green button, you can see the implementation here of this particular abstract class. So if you scroll down, there is a line of code called post.voteCount as 0. So the next method here is the map to DTO method. Here we are mapping from post to post response, and the newly added fields here are the comment count and the duration fields. So the first comment count is actually we are getting this return type from a method. So here we have this expression field which is calling the comment count method using taking the post as the input, and this comment count method is just returning the comments, size of the comments which belong to a particular post. So it's just returning an integer. And the next one is the duration. So this is where we are using the time_ago library. Inside the get duration method, we are using the using method of the time_ago library. So this takes in a long variable as input, and to get that long variable, we are using this get created date function, which returns an instant. And on this instant, we are calling a method called as toEpochMilli. So this converts the instant to a long type, and it basically calculates number of milliseconds starting from 1st January of 1970 until now, so until the created date. So if you go inside the documentation, you can see it returns the number of milliseconds since the epoch of 1st January 1970. So the good thing here is we updated our mappings, and we didn't even touch the post service class because of these changes, because we just updated our post mapper class methods inside this class, and by creating this mapper, we are able to decouple the mapping logic with the actual business logic, which is handled inside the service. So that's always a good thing, to decouple our components, right? So we have made all our changes. We can start our application, and inside the Postman client, as usual, make sure to log in and get the authentication token back from the server, and use that authentication token inside the bearer token section, and let's submit a vote to the server now. I created this body, so I have provided the vote type as downvote and provided a post ID. Now let's test and send this request and see what it happens. And as you can see, the server responded with status, that means with status 200, that means okay. Now let's see if the vote count is also included in the post response. So now I'm going to call the endpoint to get all posts. So here you can see that for the post ID, which I used before, the vote count is -1 as we have downvoted this post. So that means our implementation is working as expected. And let's also test another case. So if we try to downvote the post again, that means one more time, you can see we have received the message, you have already downvoted this post. Okay, and the last thing I forgot to mention is you can now see the duration field inside the response. This is changing dynamically. Now as I've created this post long time back, you're seeing these dates here like 2 months ago and 6 days ago. As you are aware, we are using JSON Web Tokens for the authentication mechanism, and the main advantage of using these tokens are they are stateless and easy for the server to identify whether is a request coming from a valid user or not. So this behavior makes implementing a perfect logout solution for the JSON Web Token based authentication scheme in the backend application very tricky and also difficult. Having said that, there are 4 possible ways we can implement the JSON Web Token invalidation mechanism. So the first one is to obviously delete the token from the client's browser. So this is for sure a must when we have to implement the login, but there is a possibility that a hacker may have already access to the JSON Web Token, and that is the reason we have to find a solution to invalidate the token also on our backend. Which brings us to our second point, which is to introduce an expiration time for our tokens and make them as short-lived as possible. So ideally, we have to give an expiration time of 10 to 15 minutes for our JSON Web Tokens. And here I will be using the terms the JSON Web Token and access token interchangeably from now on. But the downside here, so as I was saying before, but the downside here is once the tokens are expired, we have to ask the user to log in again, which is a terrible user experience. So we can be sure that this solution is bad. The third solution is to introduce a concept called as refresh tokens, which builds on our point number 2. But the idea is to provide the user an additional token called as refresh token at the time of authentication. So we use this refresh token to generate a new access token whenever the access token is expired or about to be expired. So in this way, we can keep on rotating the access tokens, and when the user logs out, we can just delete this refresh token. The last solution is when the user wants to log out, we just store the token inside a database, and once we have done that, we check each token, each request, and check whether this token is inside the database or not. So if it is inside the database, then we throw an error because this token is not valid anymore. And as I said before, this solution defeats the purpose of using a JSON Web Token because we're using a state and we are doing a database lookup for every request. So even though instead of using a relational database, if we use an in-memory database like Redis, we can hugely improve the performance of this particular solution. So ideally, I guess a combination of point 3 and 4 would be the better solution in other use cases, but in our use case, we'll just go with the third solution and we'll see how to implement this refresh token mechanism in our application. So for the expiration time, if you remember, we have already created the expiration time. We are already using the jwt.expiration.time property inside the JWT provider class. And to access this particular expiration time outside this JWT provider class, we have created a method called as getJWT_expiration in millis. So we can use this particular method inside our auth service class. Let's open authentication response class, and here we will add 2 new fields. The first one is of type string and it's called as refresh token, and the second one is an expiration date which is of type instant. Now let's open authentication service, and inside the login method we will enhance the response we are sending back from the method. So I'm going to add the expiration date to the response by first getting the expiration time in milliseconds from the JWT provider class, and from there I'm going to calculate an instant from the timestamp by using the instant.now plus milliseconds method. And for now we can just pass in the refresh token as empty string. And so if you try to perform login, so what we will get is one JSON Web Token, one refresh token which is empty, and an expiration date. Now next step is to implement the refresh tokens part. First I'm going to add a post mapping inside the auth controller class, which takes a request mapping value as refresh/token, and this method is taking request body of type refresh token request. This is a new class I have already created, and this class contains only one field called refresh token, and this field is annotated with not blank annotation. And if we add @valid annotation before the request body, Spring will automatically throw an error if we pass in an empty or null value as refresh token. I did not implement these validations anywhere else in our application, but in a real-world application we use this validation mechanism very frequently. So now inside this method I'm going to add a method call to refresh token inside the auth service class, and let's create this method. So before doing any more implementation, let's leave this aside and create a class with name refresh token service. This class will be responsible to create, delete, and validate the refresh tokens. So the first thing I'm going to do is to add in a method called as generate refresh token, and here I'm going to create an object for refresh token, and this refresh token is so we are going to store this refresh token inside the database. If you go inside this class, you can see that we have the usual data, entity, and all logs constructors, the Lombok and the JPA annotations. And the first field here is the ID, and followed by the token and the created date. So we also have a repository created for this refresh token, which is similar to all the repository we have. So inside the refresh token service, I'm going to create a new object for the refresh token and set the token. So for the token, the value would be uuid.random uuid. So this will create a 128-bit unique random uuid, and I'm going to convert this uuid to a string, and we will use this as our refresh token. And for the created date, I'm going to pass in the present time by using the instant.now method. And after that, I'm going to save the token by just using the save method of the refresh token repository. And the next method is the validate refresh token. So this method just takes the token as a value. This method just takes the token as input, and we are just going to look up for this token using the find by token method. And as this method returns us an optional, we are going to use the or else throw method to throw a Spring Reddit exception saying that this is an invalid refresh token. The next one is a delete refresh token method. So this is just the normal delete method. So we are just calling the delete by token method inside the refresh token repository by passing in the token. So if the token is not there inside the database, Spring automatically throws an illegal argument exception in this case. Now I'm going back to the refresh token method inside the auth service class, and here let's inject the refresh token service. And down here inside the refresh token method, first I'm going to make a method call to validate the incoming refresh token. If the token is invalid, then there will be a runtime exception, and if not, the execution goes on to the next step, which is to generate new token. We can use the generate token method inside the JWT provider class. But if the JWT is already expired, then there will be no user information inside the security context. And as we need subject while creating the token, which is the username, we can just create another method called generate token with username. And inside this method, I'm going to pass in the username, which is coming from the refresh token request as the subject. So let's call this generate token with username method from our refresh token method. And let's store the return value as string variable called token. Now I'm going to construct authentication response object using the builder method. We have our newly generated token, the refresh token, which is coming in already from the request, the expiration date of this new token, and the username. Let's go back to auth controller class. We do not see any errors inside the refresh token methods. That's good. And now let's go ahead and create our last method called logout, which also has a post mapping annotation. And here we are going to receive again the refresh token request as request body. From this object, we can retrieve the refresh token and we can call the delete refresh token method inside the refresh token service. To make this work, let's inject the refresh token service class inside the auth controller. And lastly, we can return a response entity with status OK and body as refresh token deleted successfully. Okay, so a quick correction inside the login method of our auth service class. So here in the authentication response, we are sending an empty string as the refresh token. So instead of that, we will be sending the generated refresh token by calling refresh token service dot generate refresh token. So this will return us the string, and we will pass this to the authentication response. Okay, so that's it. We have covered all the points to implement refresh token mechanism in our application. Let's start the application and test it. So we'll be using Angular 9, which is the latest version as of today when recording this video. And I'm going to use Visual Studio Code as my IDE for developing the front-end application. So first thing first, make sure you have the latest Angular CLI installed on your machine. And after that, open a terminal and type ng new. And here I'm going to give the project name as Angular Reddit clone. We'll be using Angular routing in our project, so I'm going to type Y. And for the style sheets, we are going to just use the CSS. And now Angular CLI is going to create all the project files and install the project for us. And I will be back after the installation is completed. So as you can see, the installation is completed now and the project is initialized successfully as a Git project. Okay, now I'm going to type cd space Angular Reddit clone. And after that, I will type ng serve and our application should start successfully at localhost 4200. So if you face any problems while starting up the application, one of the root cause may be the incompatibility between the versions of Angular CLI and some dependencies of Angular. This usually happens when you are running an older version of Angular CLI. So to troubleshoot those problems, I have a section inside the written tutorial. Based on the Angular CLI version, you may have to change the version number of the Angular dev-kit dependency to be able to start the application successfully. So if you open the address in the browser, you can see the default homepage of the application. Alright, so the next step is to install Bootstrap in our project. So in the terminal inside the project folder, npm install save Bootstrap. This should install the latest Bootstrap to our application. Once the installation is completed, you can see that the Bootstrap is added to the list of dependencies inside the package.json file. Now we have to update the angular.json file with the location of the Bootstrap CSS files. Because the Angular CLI by default will exclude the Bootstrap CSS files when creating the bundle when starting the application. So we can instruct a CLI to include these files by going to the Angular.json file, and inside the styles array, we have to provide the location of the Bootstrap CSS file just above the definition of styles.css. So I'm going to type here node modules, Bootstrap, dist, CSS, and there we have the bootstrap.min.css file. So I'm going to provide this definition inside the Angular.json file and save it. Okay, now it's time to create our first component. We will start off with the header component. We can create the component by typing ngGC, which is short form for ngGenerate component, and the name of the component we are going to create is header. So this will create all the needed files inside the header folder. Okay, so in this series, I'm going to mainly focus on the Angular side, and I will be explaining the concepts of Angular. So I will just copy paste the HTML and CSS part and some Bootstrap is involved. So to start things off, I will first copy the needed HTML to the header.component.html file. So you can see that we have a header tag, and inside that we have a nav bar. To the left side of the nav bar, we have the Reddit icon. This is an SVG icon, which I copied directly from the Reddit website. And to the right side, we have the login and sign up buttons. So before checking how this HTML looks inside the browser, first we have to add the app header selector to our app component.html file. So I'm going to delete the existing code inside the app component HTML and I'm going to type app header inside the file. So now when you open the application, you should see this huge Reddit icon to the left side of the screen, and to the right side, we have the links for login and sign up. Now let's make this look nice. I'm going inside the header.component CSS file and I'm going to paste again the required CSS here. So now if you open the browser, you can see that we have a very nice nav bar, where to the left side we have the Reddit icon followed by the logo text, and to the right side we have the login and sign up buttons. Alright, I know I told you our backend implementation part is completed for Reddit clone application, but before starting to develop our Angular application, I thought it would be good to also show you the procedure to document the REST APIs we have developed. In that way, we can refer to the documentation whenever we need to write the logic to make REST API calls to our backend. So now let's see why we need to document our REST APIs. In the real world, you will be obviously developing a REST API so that other clients can consume it. In our case, the client is an Angular application. It's always a best practice to create documentation for our API so that the other developers can understand what they are working with. So in the real world, having this documentation is very helpful and improves the user adoption of our API. And this also makes the maintenance of the REST API very easy. Alright, now to implement this documentation in our application, we will be using an open API specification called as Swagger and a library called as Springfox, which allows us to automatically generate the documentation for our REST API by following the Swagger specification. So as a first step, open the pom.xml file and add the following Maven dependencies. The first one is Springfox Swagger 2 and the next one is Springfox Swagger UI. Both these dependencies are on the version 2.9.2 as the latest at the time of recording the video. After that, make sure that there are no errors shown inside the pom.xml. And now I'm going to create a class called as Swagger configuration inside our config folder. Inside this class, I'm going to add the configuration annotation, and here I'm going to enable Swagger in our application by adding enable Swagger to annotation. And inside this class, I'm going to create a bean. The name of the bean can be anything you like. So I'm going to create it as Reddit clone API. And here we are creating and returning an object called as docket. And according to the Springfox documentation, a docket is a brief statement of the contents of the document. You can configure this docket object to decide what shows up inside our Swagger documentation. For now, we will use the defaults except for the API infos. Here we are calling a method called as getAPIinfo, which returns an object of API info. Inside this method, we are providing the details of our API, which are like the title, version number, contact details, and licensing information. If you want to have a simple REST API documentation, this is a very good starting point, and this configuration should be sufficient. Now we have added the configuration class. Let's import this configuration inside our application class. I'm going to import this configuration using the @import annotation. In this way, at the application startup, Spring will invoke Springfox, and Springfox is going to scan all the REST controller components in our application and the corresponding DTOs for these REST controllers and generate the REST API documentation for all of these. Let's start up the application and check whether we are able to see the documentation or not. Once you open the browser, go to address http localhost 8080 swaggerui.html. And as you can see that we received a 403 error. So this is because Spring Security is not going to allow access to this resource because we have configured to block all the requests without the token. We have already added some exceptions to our security configuration. So we can also add the swaggerui.html and some other parts to our exclusion list. So this helps us to display the REST API documentation web page. Once this is completed, restart the application and open the URL inside the browser. Now you can see the complete REST API documentation for our application. So you can see we have all of REST controllers which are defined inside our project here in the Swagger documentation. We can see what are the endpoints which are there in our application, including the HTTP methods they support. We can also check the models. These are the request and response classes, which are also called as DTOs. And we can also see the example values we can provide to the request payload and which data type they support. And lastly, you can also see the documentation as a raw JSON by clicking on the URL localhost 8080/v2/API docs. So in the part 10th of the video tutorial series, we have already created our Angular application, created the header section, which contains the buttons for login and sign up. So in this video, we're going to implement the sign up functionality, and for that, let's go ahead and implement the sign up functionality. For that, I'm going to open the terminal and type ng-gc auth/signup. This will create our sign up component in a TypeScript, HTML, and CSS file inside the auth sign up folder. Now I'm going to open the written tutorial and copying the sign up component HTML file code from there and paste it inside our project. After that, let's also copy the CSS file to the signup component.css. Now before checking out how this looks inside the browser, you have to add a route from the sign up button on the header section to the sign up page. If you check the signup anchor tag inside the Hydra component.html file, it's pointing to the path signup. Let's add this path to the app routing module.ts file, where we declare all the routes which are there in our Angular application. And here I'm going to update the routes array with the route information for signup component. Now let's go to the browser and check if we are able to navigate to the signup page after clicking on the signup button on the header section. So perfect, it works. Now let's handle the form input inside our signup page using reactive forms. As a first step, let's import the reactive forms module inside our app module.ts file. I'm going to add reactive forms module just below the app routing module, and also make sure that to add the import statement for reactive forms module from Angular forms. After that, let's declare a variable called as signup form, which is of type form group inside our signup component.ts file, and inside the ng on init, I'm going to type this.signup form equals new form group. And inside the form group, I'm going to declare the form controls for the fields we have inside our signup form. The first one is the username field. So here I'm going to type new form control and pass the form state as empty for now. And the same thing also applies for the other fields, email and password. We can also add validations for this field. Let's update our form control by adding validators.required for each field, and especially for the email field inside the signup form. We will also add validators.email to check the input value for email field is in the valid format or not. Alright, so we have made lots of changes inside our signup component.ts file. We have to sync these changes also to our HTML file. So now let's open signup component.html, and first let's declare the form group directive for the top form tag and pass the variable signup form. Next, we have to assign the form control names to the input fields. Inside the input tag of the email field, I will type form control name in square brackets and provide the value email with single quotes. If we do not provide single quotes, Angular will check for a class level variable with name email, but we declared this field as a form control. So by adding the single quote, Angular understands it as a form control value. I'm going to add the form control names also for the username and password input fields. And lastly, let's add also the code where we display the validation errors for each field. So just below the input tag, I'm going to add a span tag. And inside the span tag, I'm going to add an ngIf directive and type signupform.get email with a single quote .valid and signupform.get email again with single quote .touched. And let's add text, please provide valid email. So what's happening here is we have added the validators inside the form controls for each field. So if the given form control is invalid, signupform.getEmail.valid will return either true or false. So if the given field is changed by the user and the value provided by the user is not valid, we will display this message. Let's copy this and also adapt it for the username and password fields. Now let's check how this looks inside our browser. I'm going to select the input field inside the email and click somewhere else. So you can see that we received the message, please provide valid email address. The same thing should also apply for username and password fields. Perfect. Okay, now if there is an error, let's show the input with the red border. For that, I'm going to open styles.css file and type input.ng-invalid.ng-touched. And then I'm going to provide the border as 1 pixel solid with a red color. Okay, now let's save. Okay, let's save this and go back to the browser. And if I try to change the input field and click somewhere else on the page, you can see the error message along with the red border on the input field. Okay, now it's time to take the input from the form and make a HTTP call to our backend API. Before that, let's check the Swagger documentation we prepared. So I'm going to open the URL http localhost 8080 swaggerui.html. And under the auth controller, expand the endpoint for signup. And here you can see the payload, which is accepting, that is, we need a username, email, and password. So we already have those fields inside our form. So let us create a model in our Angular application to encapsulate these fields. I'm going to go inside the signup folder and create a file called as signuprequest.payload.ts. And inside this field, I'm going to create a signup request payload model interface with fields username, email, and password. Okay, now let's declare this model inside our component. I'm going to give the variable name as signup request payload, and I'm going to initialize this model inside the constructor. Here I'm going to provide an empty string value for each field. Alright, now we forgot to add the ng-submit directive to our form, which handles the onSubmit action. So let's quickly add it, and this ng-submit directive should call a method called as signup. Let's also create this method inside our component. And inside the signup method, I'm going to read the values from our form group one after another and assign them to the fields inside the signup request payload. I'm going to access each field by using the get method on the signup form and accessing the value property, which returns the value of the form control. Now we have our request payload object ready. Next step is to make the HTTP call to our backend. We will make that call in a separate class called as an auth service. So let's create this service. I'm going to open the terminal again and we'll type nggs auth shared. This is going to create an auth service.ts file inside the auth shared folder. Perfect. So let's open this auth service class and declare a method called as signup. And inside this method, we have to make the HTTP call. For that, we need access to the HTTP client class inside Angular. Let's inject this class into our service through the constructor. And after that, let's come back to the signup method and type this.http.post. And here I'm going to paste the URL for the signup API. And we'll be receiving the signup request payload as the input for this method. So let's pass this object as the request payload. And lastly, let's add a return statement for this method and declare the return type as observable of any. Also, as the response from the backend call for the signup call is a string, we are going to change the return type as text. So now before accessing the HTTP client inside our auth service, we have to declare the HTTP client module inside the app module.ts file. So let's open the file and declare the HTTP client module. Now let's inject this auth service class into the signup component.ts file, and inside the signup method, I'm going to type this.authservice.signup, and I'm going to pass in the signup request payload as the input. As this method returns an observable, I'm going to subscribe to this return type and add some console log and log the response. So now let's open the browser and check if we are receiving a success response or not. So here what we are receiving is an error response which says the request is blocked by CORS policy and our pre-flight request doesn't pass the access control. We are receiving this error because our backend is blocking the request because we did not specify any CORS policies yet. So let's configure them. By the way, if you're not sure what is CORS, I'm not going to go into the details about that. I have already created a separate video in my previous builder blog with Spring Boot and Angular series. I will add a link to the description. You can check that video and come back. So please check the video for more information. So now let's go back and open our IntelliJ IDE, and here I'm going to create a class called as web config inside the config folder, and I'm going to add the configuration and enable web MVC annotations here on top of the class, and I'm going to implement a web MVC configurer interface for this class, and I'm going to override the add CORS mappings method, and this method contains all the CORS related configurations which we required for the backend. And here we are actually accepting the request from all origins to our backend. If you're developing a production grade application, you may want to not do this and read more about what are the right way to do. But for now, this configuration should resolve the problem we have with our registration. So let's restart the backend application and try to register one more time. So now you can see that we are receiving a success response from our backend. So in the last video, we implemented the signup functionality. Let's go ahead and implement the login now. The first thing I will do is, of course, create the login component. For that, type ng-gc auth/login in the terminal. This will create all the required files. After that, open the blog post, which is linked in the description, and copy and paste the HTML code for the login page and paste it inside the login.component.html file. And next also copy the CSS code to the login.component.css file. Now, if you compare the CSS files of login and signup components, you can see that the CSS classes login and signup share the same code. So let's extract this code from these files and put it in a common place, styles.css file. The next step is to configure the routes for our login page. So when you click on the login button on the header, we'll be navigated to the login page. We can do that by first opening the app.routing.modules.ts file, which is the place we declare all the routes in our Angular application. And then I will be updating the routes array with the path for login component. After that is done, let's open the login component.ts file and let's configure the form group with variable name as login form. And I'm going to initialize the form inside the ng-on-init block. Here we are defining the form controls for two fields we have inside our form, which is username and password. And we also have defined the validations that these fields require when submitting the form. Now let's open our login component HTML file and sync the validations we did in the component.ts file. Just below the input text for username, I'm going to add a span tag, which is going to access the form control information through login form group. And here, if the user has touched the input and did not provide any value, we will display the message, please provide a valid username. Now I'm going to do the same thing also for the password field. And in this case, we will display the message, password cannot be empty. If you open the application in the browser and try to click on the input field and click away on somewhere else on the page, you should see the validation message and also the border is marked as red. Alright, so let's move ahead and write the logic to make an HTTP call to our login REST API. Similar to what we did for sign up REST API, let's try to access our Swagger API documentation at http localhost 8080 swaggerui.html. And you see we got a 404 error. This is because after enabling the web MVC for the CORS configuration in the previous videos, we broke the Swagger configuration because now the Spring MVC does not know how to handle the web jars, which is coming as part of the Swagger Springfox library. And add below function just below the CORS mapping method. So in this method, we are pointing to the location where the web jars and the Swagger UI.html can be found in the class path. After that, restart the application and refresh the Swagger UI.html page, and we should be able to see the Swagger REST API documentation again. Expand the auth controller and click on the login API section, and you can see this API accepts username and password as the request payload, and it returns the auth token, reference token, username and expiration time as responses. So now let's go ahead and create the models in our Angular application to hold this data. Back to the Visual Studio Code, let's create a file called loginrequest.payload.ts inside the auth login folder, and let's define an interface called login request payload with field definitions for username and password. Both of them are of type string. And I'm going to also create a file login response payload.ts under auth login, and also here I'm going to create an interface with fields auth token, reference token, expires at, and username. Now let's open the auth service class under the auth shared folder and add a method called as login, which takes the login request object as input. And inside this method, let's make a post call to the login API. Here we want to specify the return type as login response by passing in the generic type to the post method. And let's use the pipe method and map method from the RxJS to map the response to. And let's use the pipe and inside that we will use the map method, which is part of RxJS, and we can access the fields which are part of the response here. Now inside this method, we are going to store these details inside browser's local storage. For that, we need to add a dependency to a project called as ngx web storage. Let's add it to our package.json and run npm install. Once it is completed, we can enable ngx web storage in our application by adding the ngx web storage module to the app module.ts file. Just below the HTTP client module, I'm going to declare ngx web storage module.forRoot, and also make sure to add the import statement from the ngx web storage package. Alright, now we are ready to access the local storage from our application. So let's go back to our auth service class and inject the class local storage service from ngx web storage. And once it is done, let's store the token and user information inside the local storage by typing this dot local storage dot store followed by the key and value of the data we're going to store. Now the last thing remaining is updating our login component. So let's do that by first declaring the login request payload variable just below the form group declaration. And I'm going to initialize this login request payload object inside the constructor. Next, I'm going to create the login method and read the username and password values using the login form group variable and assign it to the username and password fields inside the login request payload object. And after that, I'm going to call the login method of the auth service by passing in the login request payload object. And as this returns an observable, let's subscribe to this and add a console statement called as login successful. Now we are ready to test our implementation. So let's restart the application to reflect the changes we did to our app module.ts file. So now I'm going to open the application inside the browser and try to log in. So you can see that we don't see that nothing happens on the screen, but if you open the console, you can see the message login successful. And let's open the application tab under the local storage. And let's open the application tab in the console. And under the local storage, you can see the auth token and refresh token information along with the username and expiration time. As a first improvement, let's add a toaster notification to the application. So after every successful sign up and login, the toaster notification should look something like how you see on the screen. So first I'm going to open the package.json file and add a dependency called as ngx toaster. We're going to use the version 12.0.1 as of now because it is compatible with Angular 9. And after that, we have to run the npm install command to install this dependency. After that, open the app module.ts file and we have to add two modules here. The first one is browser animation module, which is coming in from Angular animations. And the next one is toaster module. So for that, we have to type toaster module.forRoot, which is coming in from the ngx toaster dependency. Next, we are going to inject the toaster service inside the signup component along with the router class. And inside the signup method, on receiving successful response, you are navigating to the login page, and we are also adding a query param called registered with value as true. So we are using this to notify the login component that registration is successful. In the case of receiving an error response, we want to display an error notification. So now let's go to the login component, and here we are going to inject the router and toaster service classes. And additionally, we will also inject the activated route class to the login component to access the route parameters, which is coming in from the signup component. Inside the ng-on-init method, we are subscribing to the query params from the activated route object. And in case we receive a query parameter with the value for registered as true, then we display the success notification message, sign up successful, using the toaster.success method. And the next thing is we are setting the value for the field register success message. We will be accessing this message inside the login component HTML file after the successful registration. Inside the login method, we are subscribing to the response we are receiving from the authservice.login method. And in the case of successful login, we are navigating to the root URL, and then we are enabling the success notification with the message login successful. If we receive a failure response from our login call, we are setting the value for the Boolean variable is error, and inside our HTML file, we have an ng if statement which displays the error and asks the user to retry. Now let's go ahead to the main section of this tutorial, which is to handle the refresh tokens in our Angular application. Our backend server, which we have implemented, expects the JSON Web Token for each request, and it checks for this token inside the authorization HTTP header. So we have to make sure that each request going from our Angular client to the backend server contains this token. This can be achieved by using a special component in Angular called as interceptor. The concept of the interceptor is similar to the servlet filters in Java. In our case, we need an interceptor which modifies each request going to our backend server by adding the token information to the header. And of course, we also maintain the logic for refresh tokens inside this interceptor. When the client sends an expired token to the server responds back with a 403 error, and at that point request a new token using our refresh token, and using that new access token for subsequent requests. Now let's go ahead and implement this logic in our Angular application. I'm going to create a file called as tokeninterceptor.ts under the app folder. And this file contains a class called as tokeninterceptor, which implements HTTP interceptor interface. Inside the interceptor method, we first read the token from our local storage using the authservice.getJWT token method, which is just retrieving the authentication token from the local storage. If the token is valid, we will be setting the value inside the authorization headers. If our JSON Web Token is active, this is how the process works. Now, if the token we are setting to the headers is an invalid token, we receive an error response from our backend. In that case, we have to prepare our client to make the refresh token call to the backend. And when we make this call, we have to temporarily block all the outgoing backend calls for this user. And once we receive a new authentication token from our backend, we are going to release all the requests again. So we are able to fulfill this functionality with the use of a Boolean variable called as isTokenRefreshing and a behavior subject called as refresh token subject, which in our case acts as a semaphore to block the outgoing calls. The main reason to use a behavior subject instead of a subject or an observable is because the behavior subject can have a value assigned to it. So when we receive the new token from the refresh token method, we can assign the token to the behavior subject and access the new token inside the interceptor. Coming to our refresh token method, if we check the REST API documentation, this method takes in two fields as input, the refresh token and username. So we are constructing this object inside the refresh token method and making a HTTP post call to our backend. For this post call, we are receiving the login response object from our backend as response, and we are storing the new authentication token and username values inside the local storage. As we discussed before, we are setting the new access token value to the behavior subject and setting the ease token refreshing field value to false, or else all the outgoing calls will be failing with a 403 error. Okay, now before we test this implementation, we need to create a homepage component in our application. For that, I'm going to type ng-gc-home. This component retrieves and displays all the posts we have in the database. So for that, now open the written tutorial and copy the HTML under the create homepage component section and paste it into the home component HTML file. I'll be explaining what's inside this file in the next tutorial, but for now, as we are just testing the refresh token functionality, let's leave this as it is. So I'm going to create a new service using the command ng-gs shared post. So this will create a class called as post service under the shared folder. And inside the constructor, I'm going to inject the HTTP client class to our post service. And let's create a method called as getAllPosts. So now let's go ahead and check our REST API documentation. So you can see this is just a normal get call, and we receive an array of object which contains all these fields which are related to the post. So now let's go back to the VS Code and create a file called as postmodel.ts. And inside this file, I'm going to create a class called as postModel, which contains all the fields in the REST API documentation. Alright, now let's open the home component class, and here I'm going to declare a variable called as post, which is of type array of post model. And inside the constructor, I'm going to first inject the post service class, and I'm going to call the getAllPost method of the post service and subscribe to the response and assign the response to the post variable inside the component. Finally, we have to add route to the homepage component. So open up the app routing module.ts file and add an entry to the routes array just above the sign up route information and specify the component as home component. Alright, so that's a lot of changes we have done. We also need one small change before we go ahead and test the implementation. We forgot to add the CSS entry for the ngx toaster library inside our angular.json file. So let's quickly add it just below the styles.css declaration. So let's restart the server just to make sure that all the configuration is up to date and test our implementation. First, I'm going to register as a new user, and let's see if the sign up successful notification is visible or not. So we can see this notification, that's good. Now let me quickly activate this user, or else we will not be able to log in. And now let's try to log in. You can see we are able to see the toaster notification with the message login successful. And we are also able to see the post information which is coming from our backend. This looks ugly, but for now let's leave it. We will make it look decent in the next tutorial. In the last episode, we just dumped in the HTML code for our homepage into the home component.html file. Let's go through it step by step and try to understand the code. So we just have a container div, and inside that we have another div with class row. Then we divided this row into two columns, one with a width of 9 units and the next column with a width of 3 units. Inside the first column, we have again a div which displays the post information as seen in the comments. And this div element contains the ng4 directive which is looping through all the posts which we are receiving from the post service. So if the post variable contains 4 posts, for example, this div will be repeating 4 times. And inside the div, we again have two columns. The first column has 1 unit of width, and as you can see in the comments, this section is used to mainly display the vote information for our posts. And inside this div we have two icons, one above and one below the vote count div. This element displays the vote count for this post. So these icons are coming from the Fort Awesome library. We will install this library, see how to start working with these icons. And so the next column contains the post information. This div is 11 units wide, and here, as you can see, we already have all the post information we need. This column first contains the subreddit name, and after that the name of the author of the post, and also the duration. That means how much time back this post was submitted by the user. The next field is the post name, followed by the description and the number of comments which are associated with this. We have another icon in the section, an icon for comments. We will also shortly see how this looks. Now let's install the Fort Awesome icons in our project. The first dependency to add inside our package.json file is Angular Font Awesome, followed by Font Awesome SVG core and free solid SVG icons dependencies. These are the latest versions for each of these dependencies at the time of producing this episode. If you somehow provided an older version number, VS Code automatically suggests to update to the latest version, so you just have to click on the section and run npm install. After running npm install, we have to enable the Font Awesome module in our project. So I'm going to open appmodule.ts file and add this module information under the imports array, and also make sure to add the import statement for this module from Angular Font Awesome library. Now we have to import the required icons into our home component.ts file from the free solid SVG icons library. So I'm going to import the icons FA arrow up, FA arrow down, and FA comments. And these properties are already tied to our HTML file through the icon property. So we just have to declare these properties inside our home component.ts file. Now if you go ahead and open the application inside the browser, you can see the up and down arrows along with the icon for comments. But one thing which looks strange is that the home component and the header component are overlapping. We can fix that easily. By adding the CSS to our styles.css file. We basically added a margin top value as 63 pixels for our body. If you go and check the application, you can see now the home component is not overlapping with the header component anymore. Okay, now let's go ahead and try to break down this home page into different components. For that, I'm going to use the screenshot of the final version of the home page to get an idea how we are going to refactor this page. So in the home page, we have many posts to the left side of the screen, and to the right side, we have the sidebar section where we can create posts and subreddits. And we have another section where we can view the subreddits which are created in our application. So we are going to divide this mainly into 4 components. The first one is called as post tile component, which contains the information needed for each post. And inside this component, we have a voting section which contains an up arrow, a down arrow, and the vote count. We will create a separate component also for this section called as vote button component. The next 2 components are the sidebar component and the subreddit view sidebar component. So let's go ahead and create those components one by one. I'm going to put those components inside the shared folder under the app folder because we can reuse these components to display in multiple pages. Now let's copy and delete the code which is displayed just below the display post comment. You can easily copy the code by first collapsing this div element to just 2 lines. And after that, let's delete this code. Open the post style component.html and paste this code. As we are in a different component now, we no longer have access to the post variable inside the post style component. As we are reading the post inside the home component, we have to either move the code inside the post style component or pass this variable posts as input down to the post style component. I would prefer to move the logic from the home component because from now on, this component serves only as a placeholder. So I'm going to go inside the home component.ts file and remove the injected post service class and also the method call to get all posts from the home component's constructor and add it to the post style component.ts file. Let's also transfer the font awesome icon properties to the post style component.ts file. So the selector name of this component is app post tile. Let's go ahead and declare this inside our home component.html file. We should also add some CSS for this component. For that, I'm going to take help from the written tutorial. Under the post tile component section, copy the CSS under the post tile.component.css file and paste it inside the project. Now inside the post tile component, we have to extract the vote button component So I'm going to again collapse the div section with class call mg1, copy and delete it. Open the voteButton.component.html file and paste that code. Now to display the vote count inside the voteButton component, we need also access to the post information. So for that, let's provide the post object as input to the vote component. So I'm going to create an input property called as post of type post model. Let's copy the selector for the voteButton component and declare it inside the post style component.html file. And to the selector tag, pass in the value for the property post. Let's also copy the necessary CSS from the written tutorial and copy it inside our voteButton component.css file. Next up, it's time to add logic inside the sidebar and subreddit sidebar components. Also here, I'm going to copy the HTML and CSS code from the written tutorials and paste it inside our project. Now for subreddit sidebar, we have to read the subreddits from our backend and display them under the section. Let's quickly have a look at our Swagger REST API documentation, and you can see that we are receiving the following properties as response for the subreddit API call. For that, first let's create the service file which makes the HTTP calls to our backend. I'm going to create the service using the command nggs, which stands for ng generate service subreddit/subreddit. We should create a subreddit service.ts file under the newly created subreddit folder. Now let's also create a model class which holds the response from the subreddit HTTP call. I'm going to create a file called as subreddit response.ts, and I'm going to create a class which contains the field ID, description, name and number of posts. Inside the subreddit service, first I'm going to inject the HTTP client inside the constructor, and I'm going to create a method called as getAllSubreddits. Inside this method, I'm going to make a HTTP call to the getAllSubreddits API. Let's add the array of subreddit response class as the generic argument for the HTTP get call and specify the return type as observable of array of subreddit response. Now let's open the subreddit sidebar component file and inject the subreddit service. And inside the constructor, let's add the call to the subreddit.getAllSubreddits, and let's subscribe to this response and assign the response to the subreddits variable which is declared inside the component. This property is already bound to the HTML as we have an ng4 directive which is displaying the subreddit names for all the subreddit responses. Now one thing we have to observe here is the list of subreddit response can contain any number of records, and if we just reiterate and display all of them, and we'll face problems while rendering this section. That's why it would be a good idea to limit the number of values we display in this section, and if there are more than say 4 records in the array, we will display a view all button which takes us to a new page and display all the subreddit information. For now, let's add this view all button to our section. We can add that by declaring a boolean flag first inside the subreddit sidebar component called as display view all, and inside the subscribe method of the getAllSubreddits call, if the response contains more than 4 entries, we will use the splice method to take a subset of only 4 values from this array and display those values inside the section. Or else we just assign the array as it is to the subreddit property. Before checking our refactored homepage inside the browser, we have to make some additions to the voteButton component.ts file. We have to move the FA arrow up and FA arrow down properties from the post tile component.ts to the voteButton component.ts file. And lastly, I'm going to copy the selectors for sidebar component, subreddit sidebar component, and add them to the right column of the homepage HTML file. Now if you open the application inside the browser, you can see the list of posts along with the voteButton component to the left side of the page, and on the right side we can see the sidebar which contains the create post and subreddit buttons, and below that we have the sidebar with subreddit information along with the view all hyperlink. Let's start off by generating the components required to create the subreddits and posts. Inside the terminal, I'm going to type ng-gc subreddit/create subreddit, which stands for ng-generate component with the name create subreddit under the subreddit folder. And after that, I'm going to type ng-gc post create post, which generates the required files for the create post component. In the previous episode, we have already created the buttons for create subreddit and create post inside the sidebar. As we have now created the components, we have to add a route from the create subreddit and create post buttons to these components. Inside the app-routing.module.ts file, let's add two entries with path create post and create subreddits, which point to the respective component. After that, if you go to the sidebar.component.html file, we have defined the value for the click directive as go to create post and go to create subreddit. But we are missing this method definitions inside the sidebar component. So let's go to the component, and here I'm going to implement these two methods. We have the logic to navigate to the create post component inside the go to create post method. And we also have the similar logic inside the go to create subreddit method, where we are navigating to the create subreddit route. Now let's go ahead and implement the logic to create subreddits from our Angular application. I'm going to open the written tutorial and click on the section create subreddit. And I'm going to copy the HTML and CSS code and paste it into the files inside the project. Inside the create subreddit.component.html file, we have a form which contains the form group with value create subreddit form and an ng submit directive which calls the create subreddit method inside the component. Inside this form, we have a div which contains the heading for this form create subreddit. Next, we have an input of type text which holds the title of the subreddit. We declare this field as a form control by using the form control name directive. After that, we have a text area which is another form control which holds the description of the subreddit. Next, we have two buttons, create and discard, and we have an on-click event which is bound to the methods discard and create subreddit for these buttons using the click directive. Now let's go ahead and implement the required form groups, form controls, and methods we need inside the create subreddit.component.ts file. So inside the component, first we declared a form group of variable create subreddit form, which we saw before in the HTML file, and we are initializing this form group inside the constructor with fields title and description. Each of these fields are assigned to a form control object which contains a validator which validates that the value for the fields title and descriptions are not empty. Next, we also declared an initialized subreddit model object. If you remember, we have created this class in the last episode while refactoring the home component. Then we have the create subreddit method, which reads the form control values for fields title and description, and then we are assigning it to the subreddit model object. After constructing the object, we are calling the create subreddit method inside the subreddit service, where we are making a post call to the create subreddit REST API and returning an observable. Inside the component, we are subscribing to this observable response, and when we receive a success response, we are navigating to the list subreddits page. And if we receive an error, we are throwing an error using the throw error method from RxJS. Lastly, we have the discard method, which takes us back to the home page. So here we are navigating to the list subreddits page, but this route and the components do not exist yet. Let's fire up the terminal and create the components by typing ng-gc subreddit/list subreddits to create the components and HTML CSS files. Now again, I'm going to take the help from the written tutorial, and here I'm going to go to the section show all subreddits and copy the HTML and TypeScript code and paste them into the project. So inside the list subreddits.component.html file, we are using an ng-for directive to loop through all the subreddits which are stored inside the variable subreddits, and for each subreddit we display the name, and we have an anchor tag which has a router link with the value view subreddit followed by the subreddit name. This route does not exist yet, we will create it soon. And inside the other column to the right side of the page, we have the sidebar component. Now if I go to the list subreddits component, we are calling the getAllSubreddits method of subreddit service inside the ng-oninit of the component. We are subscribing to the response and assigning the response to the subreddits object, which is of type array of subreddit model. If we receive an error response back from the getAllSubreddits call, we throw an error using the throw error method of RxJS. Alright, now let's register the route for /list subreddits to the list subreddits component inside the app routing.module.ts. And after that, if you remember, in our homepage, we have a subreddit sidebar component which contains a link to display all the subreddits. Let's go ahead and update the router link value. Now let's open the application and try to create a subreddit. And as you can see, we are navigated to the list subreddits page, and we can also see the subreddits we have just created. Let's also test whether the navigation is working from the subreddit sidebar. So yes, it's working. Perfect. Our next task is to implement the functionality to create posts. We have already created the components and the supporting source files in the first section of this episode. Before we start our implementation, we need to install some dependencies to our application. To create the posts, we need some kind of editor. So for that, let's use this editor called as TinyMCE with all these fancy controls and options. We can integrate TinyMCE into our Angular project by typing the below command npm install save TinyMCE Angular. This should install and add the TinyMCE Angular dependency in the package.json file. Next, we will enable TinyMCE in our project by adding the editor module to the app module.ts file. Alright, so before starting the implementation, let's refer our Swagger REST API documentation one more time to see what is the request payload we need to create a post. So here under the post controller, under the create post section, you can see the payload, which takes the fields description, post name, subreddit name, and URL. You can ignore the post ID as this is auto-generated. So let's create these fields inside a class in the Angular project. I'm going to create a new file under the create post folder called as createpost.payload.ts. And inside that, I'm going to create a class which contains the fields post name, subreddit name, URL, and description. Alright, now we need the HTML and CSS code for create post. I'm going to again go to the written tutorial because I don't want to spend time writing the HTML and CSS code. I think there is nothing special in that, so we will just emphasize in the Angular part. So what we have here is in the HTML file is a form tag which contains the form group and ng submit directives. Inside the form tag, we have the create post heading followed by the form control inputs for post name and URL. We also have a drop-down list which contains all the subreddits in our application. We need this because each post should be assigned to a subreddit. And the interesting part here is the editor tag. This I copied from the TinyMCE page. If you go to the documentation, here you can see all the steps required to install the editor in our application, which we have followed before. And lastly, we have the buttons post and discard. So now let's see what's inside the post component. So we have declared and initialized the create post form variable of type form group inside the ng-oninit method. And inside the form group declaration, we define all the fields which our form contains, and we also added the validators to this form control. Next, we are reading all the subreddit information as we have to display them in the dropdown when creating the post. After reading them from the subreddit service, we are assigning the response to a subreddit's variable. Next, we have the create post method, which first reads the form control values and creates the create post payload object. Once we have the necessary data, we call the create post method inside the subreddit service, which is making a HTTP post call to the create post REST API. This method is returning an observable, so we subscribe to the response, and once we receive a success response, we navigate to the home page. Or else we throw an error using the throw error method from ngrx library. Lastly, we have a discard post method which redirects us again to the home page. Now let's test our implementation. I'm going to open the home page and click on the create post button on the sidebar section, and I'm going to provide the necessary details here. So you can see the cool TinyMCE editor we installed looks something like this. So I'm going to use this controls and provide some text and click on the post button. And you can see we are navigated to the home page. If you scroll all the way down, you see the HTML code instead of seeing the text in the expected format. This is because the TinyMCE produces HTML code as the output, and we are saving this HTML code inside the DB under the description field. First of all, there is a security risk by storing the raw HTML inside the DB, but we will talk about it later. But for now, we have to change the way we are rendering this information inside the post style component. So let's open up the post style component.html file, and under the div section, where we display the description, I'm going to change the interpolation to an inner HTML directive and pass the value post.description to it. This will render our text as HTML, and now we are able to see the text as we expect. So in the last episode, we developed the logic to create the posts in our application, but we still don't have a way to drill down and read the post information. Let's create a component called as viewPost. So I'm going to open the terminal and type nggc post/viewPost to generate the viewPost component under the post folder. So you want to display this component when the user clicks on read post button on the home page. So first I'm going to add a click event for the read post button in the post_style.component.html file, which calls the goToPost method by taking the post ID as input. And inside the post style component, we first injected the router class from @AngularRouter package and added the method goToPost, where we have logic to navigate to the URL. Now to make this work, we have to define the route to viewPost component inside the approuting.module.ts file. So I have added an entry inside the routes array where we are mapping the path viewPost to the viewPost component. The next step is to write the HTML code for the viewPost component. I'm going to refer to the written tutorial here and copy the HTML and CSS code from there. Okay, now let's see what we have in this viewPost component HTML file. We are displaying the vote button component using the app vote button selector and passing the post object as input to the component. We did not yet implement the voting functionality in Angular, so we will cover this in the next video, which will be the final video of the series. So moving ahead, we have some sections where we are displaying the fields subreddit name, username, name, and description of the post. As we saw in the previous episodes, our description of the post contains HTML code generated by the TinyMCE editor. So to render that HTML, we are passing the description to the inner HTML directive. Now if we look into the viewPost component, we injected the post service and activated route classes into the component, and we are reading the post ID, which is passed in as a query parameter. Using the activated route.snapshot.params property, I am going to access the query parameter ID, and the value is assigned to the post ID variable. In the next line, we are calling the method getPost from the post service, which takes the post ID as input. And inside this method, we are making a HTTP GET call to our backend. This method returns an observable of type post model. So we are subscribing to this observable in our view component and assigning the response to the post variable. The next part is to add the functionality for the users to submit comments. I am going to refer to the written tutorial again to copy the HTML and CSS code. Okay, the difference here is we added a section to display a form to submit comments. We named this form group as a comment form, and we have an ng-submit directive which is calling the post comment method inside the viewPost component. We will have a look at this shortly. And inside the form, we have a text area with the form control name as text and submit button below the text area. Besides this form, we have a section where we are looping through the comments and displaying each comment along with the username of the commenter. Now let's have a look at the view component. And first of all, we have declared and initialized the form group called comment form. We also declared and initialized an object of type comment payload, which contains the fields text, post ID, username, and duration. These are the fields which are expected as part of the post comment API call. So inside the post comment method, we are first reading the value from the form control with name text and assigning the value to the text field inside the comment payload object. After that, we are calling the post comment method inside the comment service. I created this service under the comment folder and injected the service to the view component. If you go inside the comment service, we need the HTTP client class to make the backend call. So I injected this class into the service. And after that, there are two methods defined in this service. The first one is post comment method, and the second one is the get all comments for post method, which takes in the post ID as input and makes a get call to retrieve all the comments for a given post. We are calling the getAllCommentsForPost method after receiving a success response back from post comment method call. And once we receive a success response, we are resetting the value inside the text area to allow a new comment. Whenever we try to reload the viewPost component, we have to load the post information and the comment information from our backend. For that reason, in the ngOnInit method, I am calling these two methods getPostById and getCommentsForPost. Before we go ahead and test our implementation, let's have a look at a bug which we have in our tokeninterceptor.ts file. If you're following along with this tutorial from the beginning, chances are that it's not so hard to replicate this bug. In fact, we have not one but two bugs. Let's have a look at them. The first one is inside the intercept method, where we are retrieving the token from the local storage, and inside the add token method, we are cloning this request and adding the authorization header. We are cloning this request because the initial request object is immutable, but we are not passing the cloned request, but the initial request as it is to the next.handle method. This is causing a 403 error because we are passing an invalid JWT, an expired JWT, to the backend. The second one is inside the handleAuthErrors method. If you try to make multiple HTTP calls at the same time, at that point of time, the auth token is expired. We will try to refresh the token multiple times. In this case, we added an if condition. We allow the refresh token request only if there isn't any existing refresh token process going on. So in our case, the first request wins and requests a refresh token, but the second request will fail silently. To fix this bug, we will add an else condition and we will use the filter on the behavior subject until we receive a non-null response. We'll then accept the first entry in the behavior subject using the take method. And finally, we will use the switch map method to take the new token and use it to make the request. Now let's go ahead and start our Angular application using the ngserve command by going to the address localhost 4200. So you can see there is only one post in the database right now because there were some test data issues because of missing references of the foreign keys. So I've just cleaned up all the posts in the database and tried to recreate them from the UI. I also suggest you to do the same. So I'm going to click on the read post button, and here you can see all the post information, the comments which I've already created before. So let's try to create one more comment. And you can see all the comments are loaded successfully without the need to refresh the viewPost component. Now the next task is to display the username in the header section. Right now we are always displaying the login and sign up buttons. So before we make any changes, we have to install one library called Bootstrap. We will use the drop-down menu in this library. So let's install this library using the following command. I'm going to reference an image here because I've already installed this library, but you can first we are going to run the npm install save ngbootstrap command, and after that we are going to run ng add angular localize command because there are some compatibility issues for the internationalization feature between Angular 9 and ngbootstrap library. After running these commands, we have to enable ngbootstrap in our application by adding the ngb module to the app-module.ts file. Now we are ready to make the changes. So I'm going to open the written tutorial, and under the section displaying username in the header section, go to the header component HTML and CSS files, copy the code and paste it into the respective files. So we basically updated the header component by adding a dropdown from the ngbootstrap library. We are displaying this dropdown based on the value of is logged in flag. If the flag is true, we are displaying the dropdown, and the options in the dropdown are profile and logout. So we have some functions defined through the click directive. We will be implementing the go to user profile function in this video, and we'll cover the logout in the next one. If the user is not logged in, we are just displaying the login and sign up buttons as we have before. Alright, now let's open the header component.ts file, and here we are assigning the value to isLoggedIn flag through the isLoggedIn method inside the auth service. where we are retrieving the token from the local storage, and we are returning a true or false value based on the availability of the token. We have also defined the goToUserProfile method, where we have the logic to navigate to the user profile page. We don't have this component yet, so let's create this component by typing the command nggc user profile in the terminal. And once again, I'm going to open the written tutorial, and I'm going to go to the section displaying user profile, and I'm going to copy the HTML code under the user profile component.html file and copy it inside the project. So in this page, we should display all the posts and comment information the user has submitted. So we have some welcome text here along with the number of posts and comments submitted by the user. We are reusing this app post style component here because we want to display a list of posts. And lastly, we are displaying all the comments which are posted by the user. To use this post style component inside the user component, we have to make a small refactoring. In the previous episodes, we had the logic to read posts from backend inside the post style component. Now we have moved this logic away from this component. So instead of making a backend call, this component receives this post, it should display as an input. So as part of this refactoring, I also changed the home component. Now we are reading all the posts inside the constructor and passing them as input to the post style component. We are doing the same thing also in our user profile component. If we open the user profile component, we are reading the username. We are doing the same thing also in our user profile component. We are reading the username from the query params using the activated route class, and we are calling the get all posts by user method to read all the posts by the username. We are just making yet another HTTP GET call to the backend, and inside the component, we are subscribing to the response and assigning the response to the post variable. So we also calculate the number of posts we received and assign it to the post length variable. Lastly, we retrieve all the comments created by this user by making a get call to the backend. The same thing applies also here. We are subscribing to the observable and assigning the values to the comments and comment length variables. So let's open the application and test what we have implemented. So now you can see a nice drop down to the right side, and if we click on the profile button, nothing happens because we did not update the routing module. Because we did not update the routing module for the user profile path. So let's quickly add the entry to the routes array for the path user profile. Now if we try again, we can see the user profile page. And here you can see this particular user I'm logged in has posted 1 time and commented 3 times. You can also see the post and comment information in this page. So alright, before we conclude this video, I'm going to point out 2 small changes I've done to the backend. The first one is inside the get post by user method inside the post controller. I forgot to add the path variable annotation. So we are going to add this path variable annotation, and we are going to rename the input variable from username to name, or else you will get an error when trying to call this API. So the second one is inside the post mapper class. For the method map, we have added an additional mapping for the field user. So without this mappings, if we were creating a post, it will not save the user information. Okay, we have already created the vote button component in the previous video when refactoring our homepage. We have the upvote and downvote icons, and inside the HTML, the click directive for these icons is calling the upvote post and downvote post methods. But as of now, we are not doing anything inside the components. Before starting the implementation, we need to create the vote service class where we can make backend calls to the vote API. So inside the terminal, I'm going to type nggs shared/vote. This will generate the vote service class under the vote folder, which is inside the shared folder. Inside the class, we are going to first inject the HTTP client class and declare a method vote, which makes a post call to a vote API. If you open the Swagger documentation, we need 2 fields as part of the request payload: vote type and post number. I have already created a class called as vote payload, which contains these 2 fields, and the field vote type is an enum called as vote type, where the possible values are upvote and downvote. Back to the vote service, The vote method takes the vote payload as an input, and here, as I said before, we are making a post call to the backend. Now, if we look inside the vote button component, we have first injected the vote service, auth service, post service, and toaster service classes through the constructor. We declared and initialized the vote payload object inside the constructor. Then we have upvote post and downvote post methods, where we are setting the vote type for the vote payload object and calling the vote method. And this vote method is setting the value for the post ID field, which is coming as input from the parent components. And after that, we are calling the vote method of the vote service class, which returns us an observable. And then we subscribe to this returned observable, and in the case of a success response, we are updating the vote details like the vote count and also an indication whether this post is either upvoted or downvoted by the user. The upvote and downvote fields are newly added to the post model. This helps us to decide if a post is either upvoted or downvoted by the user. If the user is not logged in, then we obviously don't see any indication whether the post is upvoted or downvoted. So we are receiving these fields from the backend. So let's jump into IntelliJ IDEA, and inside the post response class, you can see the two fields, upvote and downvote. These two fields are mapped inside the post mapper class under the map to DTO method. I've added two mappings for each field, where we are calling the methods is upvoted and is downvoted, which in turn calls the check vote type method, which finds the latest votes submitted by the given user and compares it to the vote type which is being passed in. And we are doing this only if the user is logged in. If not, we just return false. So the next task is to implement logout in our Angular application. Implementing the logout on the front end is a simple task. We just have to delete the stored JWT and refresh tokens along with the user information from the local storage. After that, we will make an API call to the backend to delete the refresh token so that it won't be possible to rotate the JSON Web Tokens. We can quickly have a look at the Swagger documentation. So here all we need is a refresh request payload object, which we can construct it on the fly. So first, let's go to the header component HTML file, where we are calling the logout method inside the click directive of the logout button. We are just calling the logout method inside the auth service, where we are making a post call to our backend. This call returns a string as response, which we are just logging to the console. Then we are clearing all the details which are stored in the local storage, like the username, authentication token, refresh token, and expiration time. As we are in the auth service, I would like to show you a small change I did to the login method. So here, after storing the token and the user details in the local storage, we are emitting two values from this class. The first one is a Boolean flag called logged in, and the second one is a string called as username. So these two output variables are actually used in the header component. So you can see these two fields are marked with output decorator. We are subscribing to these two fields inside the header component, and whenever the user is logged in, the auth service emits these values to the header component, and we can see the username and the drop-down information in the header section at the time. Okay, the next task is to protect the secured routes in our Angular application. That means some of the routes in our application should only be accessible when the user is logged in. In Angular, we have a concept called guards, which tells the router whether to allow the navigation to a particular route or not. So there are different types of guards, but we will use the can activate guard in our scenario. To generate a guard, we can type the command ng auth/auth, which stands for ng generate guard with the name auth. Under the auth folder, you will be prompted to select the kind of interface you would like to implement. As I told before, we are implementing a can activate guard, so you can select the can activate option and press enter. Now the guard should be created successfully. Inside the auth guard class, I first injected the auth service and router classes, and inside the can activate method, we are first checking if the user is logged in or not by calling the isLoggedIn method from auth service. If the user is logged in, then we return a value true, or else we redirect to the login page. Alright, now the next step is to configure the guards in the app routing module. So I'm going to open the app routing module.ts file, and inside the routes array, we're going to add the can activate property for the user profile, create post, and create subreddit components. And as this property takes an array, and we just have one single value, we just have pass in the value auth guard. Okay, we have implemented a lot, so let's open our browser and start testing. First, I would like to check whether the logout is working or not. So let's first open the developer console, and under the application tab, local storage, make sure that we have the token and user details. Now open the application. Let's log out from the application and check the developer console again. You can see that the values are not there anymore. So that's good. But if you check the home page, you don't see any posts or subreddits inside the sidebar section. This is because the endpoints which are supposed to expose this information are secured. If the user is not logged in, then we don't provide the token as part of the request and we don't get any response back. So we have to exclude these two endpoints in our Spring security configuration. I'm going to open IntelliJ one more time, and inside the configure method of the security config class, let's add entries to permit the calls to the getAllSubreddit and getAllPost API. Notice that I specifically mentioned to permit only the get calls. That means Spring will not try to authorize these calls for the token. In this way, even the visitors can see the post in our application. Now I'm going back to the Visual Studio Code, and here I'm going to show one last change I did to the token interceptor class. Inside the intercept method, I added an if condition where we first check if we have a valid token in the local storage or not. If yes, then we add this token to the authorization header, or else we just send the request without any headers on it. In this way, we prevent unnecessary errors in the backend, because in the previous way, we used to always add the authorization header even though the JWT is null or undefined. This fix brings us a bit of consistency to our authorization process. So now let's go back to the application, and now you can see we are able to see the posts and subreddits in the home page even though I'm not logged in. Now let's try to log in. And if I try to click on the upvote icon, you can see the green color. And if you try to upvote again, you will see the error message as a toaster notification saying that we have already upvoted this post. So the only possible action is downvote. And if you try to downvote again, I again see an error message with a different message now that you cannot downvote the post. You can also upvote and downvote from the post page. So let's click on the read post button. So you can see that the color indication is also visible in this page. Now let's try to upvote, and the arrow turns green again. In this video, we are going to learn how to unit test our Spring Boot applications using JUnit 5 and Mockito framework. This is the first part of the Spring Boot testing tutorial series, where we'll cover different aspects of testing, like unit testing using JUnit 5 and Mockito, integration testing, where we'll test our database layer using test containers. Lastly, we're going to also test our REST APIs using Spring's mock MVC framework. As I mentioned before, this tutorial will only cover the unit testing part using JUnit 5 and Mockito. We're going to use a real-world application I have built in my previous tutorials, which is a Reddit clone application, as an example for this tutorial. If you're interested, you can check out the tutorial on how to build that application in the description section. And as always, you can find the source code and the written version of the tutorial by the first link in the description section. So without any delay, let's start the tutorial. So the first thing we have to do is to download the source code of the Reddit clone application to your machine. You can find the GitHub link to the source code in the description section. So you just have to clone or download this project to your machine. After you downloaded the project, open this project inside the IDE. And the first thing we are going to do is to install JUnit 5 in the application. To do that, I'm going to open the pom.xml file and add a dependency with the name JUnit Jupyter. And at the time of creating the video, the newest version is 5.6.2. And in the existing project, we already have access to Spring Boot starter test dependency, which provides us necessary Spring features to test our application. We will not use these Spring features in this video. We'll be using it in the next parts, but there is one thing we have to observe and change in this dependency. So if I go inside the pom.xml of Spring Boot starter test, we can see that it contains JUnit 4 as the transitive dependency. So as we already have JUnit 5 dependency in our application, this will create a conflict. So to exclude JUnit 4, we can add an exclusion tag to the Spring Boot starter dependency. Once this is done, if you are using IntelliJ, make sure you re-import the Maven projects by typing Ctrl+Shift-O or by pressing the Maven icon on the top right side of the editor. So after completing this, we are through the initial setup of JUnit 5. And now let's have a high-level look at the architecture of our application under test. So this image will show you the high-level architecture of the Reddit clone application. We have our backend application, which is built using Spring Boot with MySQL database, and this backend is communicating with the Angular frontend. If you zoom into the Spring Boot application part, here we are having a 3-tier architecture where we have a controller layer, where we have all the REST controllers, which are interacting with the services which are defined in the service layer. These services contains the business logic of the application. So the services inside the service layer are using the repositories which are defined inside the persistence layer. Here is where we are storing the data inside the MySQL database. If we have a look at the package structure, we have divided this into packages controller, service, and repository, and we can see all the classes defined inside these packages. This is a brief overview about high-level architecture of the application. So now let's go ahead and start writing our first unit test. We're going to create a first unit test for the comment service class. This class is responsible to deal with all the business logic for the comments posted by the user. I'm going to show a shortcut to create the test from the comment service class. So if you type Ctrl+Shift+T, then you will see an option to create the test. And if you select the option, you will see a window where you can select JUnit5 as the unit testing library, and you can also select for which method you want to write the test. Here we have the method contains swear words. Let's select this method and click on OK. And you can see that IntelliJ automatically created the test with a method annotated with test annotation, which indicates the below method is our test case. To make this test executable, we have to mark the class as public, as JUnit expects all the test classes to have public access modifier. Now let's have a look at the method we want to test. The contains swear method, as the name suggests, will check whether a comment contains any swear words or bad language in it. Here we are checking for some random swear words, and if the comment contains any of these words, we are throwing an exception. And if this check is passing, we are returning false from this method. Let's write a test case to test whether a given comment contains a swear word or not. I'm going to name this test as should not contain swear words inside comment. One thing we have to remember is to make your test methods as readable as possible. The user who is reading our code should at least get a high-level overview of what the test does by looking at the name. But due to the Java naming convention, we cannot always write a perfectly readable test method name. Even though this method name conveys its intent, it's better to have a nicely formatted and worded description. For this reason, JUnit5 provides us with a display name annotation where we can provide a readable name for the test. So now I'm giving a detailed description like test should pass when comment do not contain swear words. The next step is to instantiate the class under test. So if you look at through the comment service class, it has lots of dependencies and almost all of them are classes which are managed by Spring. If you look into the method we want to test, we don't need any of those dependencies inside the class. So I'm going to create an object for comment service inside the test by passing null values as dependencies. And in the next line, I'm going to call the contains swear word method of the comment service object by passing a clean random comment. And now we have to verify that this method returns us the value false or not. We can use the assertions class from JUnit5 to make assertions about the actual and the expected value from this method. Let's make use of the assert false method from the assertions class to verify the return type. And if you run the test by clicking on the green button to the left side of the editor, you can see that our test should pass. So congratulations, you have written our first unit test. But wait, writing unit test is not about always writing the tests which are always passing. Right? As a rule of thumb, we have to make sure that our tests are also failing if something is wrong in the logic of our method. So for that reason, I'm going to make a small change to the method. That is, I'm going to return the value true instead of false and rerun the test. So now I expect the test to be failing. Perfect. So always make sure that you're writing a failing test first and then make it pass, or just at least make sure that your test will fail when something goes wrong with the logic in the code. Now let's go ahead and write a test for the scenario where we give a bad comment as input and our method throws an exception. As developers, we tend to get stuck into and emphasize only on happy path testing, but it's also important to cover the negative cases. So when the submitted comment contains swear words, we expect the method to throw an exception. So let's write a test case for that. So I created another test with the name should fail when comment contains swear words, and as this method invocation now throws an exception, we can verify this behavior by using the assert throws method from the assertions class. This assert throws method takes the exception class as the first argument, and the second argument we are providing a lambda where we are invoking the method under test. This method returns the exception, so we are going to store it in a variable, and we can access the exception message by using the getMessage method of the exception class and verify it by using the assert through method. If we run this test, I expect it to pass. So yes, indeed, it's passing. That's good. Okay, so till now we have used JUnit5 built-in assertions class to make some basic assertions. but we can write more readable assertions using the AssertJ library. Let's add this dependency to our pom.xml and see how it helps us to write better tests. So let's add the dependency AssertJ core to our pom.xml, and you can re-import the Maven projects using Ctrl+Shift-O. After that, let's open the comment service test to see how we can improve our assertions and make use of the Fluent API provided by AssertJ. In both the tests, we are asserting for Boolean values using the assertTrue and assertFalse methods from assertions class in JUnit 5. Instead of that, we can use the assertThat method, which takes in the method invocation, which we have to trigger as an argument, and if we type control space, you can see that we have the IDE support to see which methods we can use for the assertions. As we want to assert that the return value is false, we can select the isFalse method here. Do you agree that this approach makes the test more readable than the previous method? You may or may not agree with me, because it's not worth the effort to introduce a new library just for a small case like this. But AssertJ library shines in the case where we have much more complex assertions, which we will do in the next upcoming videos. But for our second test, we can refactor the assertions for the exceptions by using the assertThrownBy method, which takes in the lambda, which contains the method call, and we can use the method instance of to check what kind of exception this method will throw. In our case, it's SpringRedditException.class. And finally, to verify the exception message, we can use the hasMessage method. This makes the test more readable, and I'm a huge fan of the Fluent API, so I feel this makes it easy to write clean tests. Okay, so until now we are not testing the functionality which depends on the other classes. So the test we wrote for the contains sphere words method is just confined to our class itself. And this method does not contain any external dependencies. So to unit test the functionality which has some external dependencies like the repositories, we can make use of mocking frameworks like Mockito to mock out these external dependencies. So you may ask, why to mock out these dependencies? Because as I mentioned before, for unit testing, we have to test the functionality of our class in isolation and without depending on the external dependencies. But as our business logic heavily makes use of these dependencies like mappers and repositories, we have to mock their behavior. We will have a look at how to do this in detail shortly. But for now, let's install Mockito in our project by adding the Mockito all dependency to the pom.xml, and again make sure to re-import the Maven projects using Ctrl+Shift-O. Now let's take a different class as an example. Let's open the class post service, and this class is mainly dependent on the post repository, subreddit repository, user repository, post mapper, and auth service classes. So we cannot really test anything in this method without either mocking or injecting real dependencies into this class. So let's go ahead and create the class by pressing Ctrl+Shift+T and selecting create new test. We're going to write a test for the getPost method. So I'm going to select that method and click on OK. I'm going to rename the test method to something like should find post by ID, and I'm going to also add the display name annotation to make it more readable. And what I want to do here is to create an instance of post service class. And if I just type new post service, you can see that we have an error because we have to provide all the dependencies to the constructor. We can create mocks of our dependencies using the mock method from the Mockito class. So let's define these mocks as the class level variables. And I'm going to create mocks for all the dependencies for the post service class and pass them as constructor arguments. Okay, now if we go back to the post service and observe the getPost method, it's taking an ID as the parameter, and we are trying to retrieve the post by its ID using the findById method from post repository. This method will return an optional of the post object. If there is no object matching this ID, we are throwing an exception, or else we are mapping this object to post response object and returning it back. So to write a unit test for this method, we have to first mock out the behavior of the post repository's findById method. We can do this in Mockito using the when method. So here back in the post service class, I'm going to type mockito.when and pass in the post repository.findById method. And this method will take some arbitrary value like 123L. I'm adding L because it's a variable of type long. Then we have to return an optional of the post object. So to specify that, we can use then return method and pass in an optional of post. So to pass in this object, I'm going to quickly create a post object with some dummy data and wrap this object in an optional and pass it to the then return method argument. So what will happen in the background is if we execute the getPost method, Mockito will return this optional of post object whenever the findById method is invoked. This is basically the concept of mocking. So instead of calling the real method, Mockito will just provide the dummy object we want to continue testing the functionality. So in the next line, we are mapping the post object to a post response object. This is the DTO we are sending back to the client. So let's also make this behavior using the same syntax, when and then return methods. In this case, we need a post response object. So I'm going to again construct a dummy post response object and name this variable as expected post response. So now we have mocked all the external behavior of this method. So let's call this method from our test and store the response in a variable called actual post response. Now we can verify that our expected post response object and actual post response object contains similar values. I'm going to make an assertion for the ID and post name fields. Okay, so now it's time to run this test and see whether they are passing or not. So you can see they are passing. We can also put a breakpoint inside the map to DTO method of the post mapper and check whether the method is really executed or not. So I'm going to run the test again in the debug mode, and you can see that the execution is not stopped at this breakpoint. Mockito completely skipped this method call and mocked the method call by replacing it with the response we have provided. So this is how you write unit tests using Mockito. I hope it's clear for you. If you have any questions, put them on the comment section and I will try to answer them. Okay, now it's time to make some small improvements to our tests. You can see that we are using mockito.mock method to create mock objects. So instead of using this static method, we can make use of mock annotation provided by Mockito. So to use that annotation, we have to add the Mockito JUnit Jupyter dependency to our pom.xml file. So let's go ahead and quickly add the dependency. And now you can enable this annotation in our test by adding the extend with annotation from JUnit and providing the Mockito extension.class as the value to this annotation. So with this, JUnit understands to enable Mockito extension annotations in our tests. Now we have to replace this mockito.mock methods with the annotation. I would like to show you a quick IntelliJ trick here. Normally you will go ahead by editing this code line by line by removing the mock method and adding the mock annotation. But we can make use of something like multi-cursors in IntelliJ by pressing the Shift-Alt-J keys. So this will select all occurrences of mockito.mock method inside the class. So now if you press the arrow keys, you can see that the cursor is moving along for multiple lines at once. So using this method, you can easily edit multiple lines at once. So I'm going to add the mock annotation in the same way. So this change should not have any side effect on our tests. So let's confirm this by rerunning them. And indeed, they are working fine. Now let's quickly test another method inside the post service class. This time we will test the save method. Here you can see inside this method, we are reading the subreddit by its name from the subreddit repository. And then we are mapping the incoming post request to post object and saving it to the database. We can mock the behavior of find by name of the subreddit repository and map method of the post mapper interface in the same manner as we did for the get post method. But the tricky part here is to mock the behavior of the save method. We cannot use the when and then return method sequence here because the save method is not really returning anything in this method. In these cases, we can make use of the verify method in Mockito to check that a particular piece of code is really executed or not. So I'm going to create another test called should save post with the display name annotation, and here I'm going to again create an instance of post service and pass in the mock dependencies, and I'm creating some dummy data required to mock the calls for the subreddit repository and post mapper interfaces. And finally, I'm specifying the behavior of this method calls as we saw before in the get post method example. Now let's call the save method of the post service, and after the method is executed, we can verify with Mockito whether the post repository.save method is executed or not. We can do that by typing mockito.verify, and here I'm going to pass in the object on which we need to do this verification. In our case, it's post repository, and we can specify exactly how many times we are expecting this method to be executed. In our case, we just have one call to the post repository.save method. So I'm going to just pass in the value 1 to the mockito.times method. So once I prepare this object, I'm going to get access to the methods of the post repository, and as we want to verify the behavior of the save method, I'm going to select that method, and as we don't care what kind of object is passed as the input to this method, I'm going to add argument matchers.any post.class as the input to this method. This will inform to Mockito that as long as an object of type post is passed into the save method and it's exactly called one time, I'm okay with it. So let's try to run this method and see if our test is passing or not. So okay, great, the tests are passing. We can also capture the object which is passed into the save method and can assert whether the object which is passed on to this method really matches our expectations or not. We can do that with the help of the class argument captor in Mockito. Let's see how we can do this. Inside the test, I'm going to remove the declaration of argument matchers.any and we will replace it with the argument captor. So first we have to declare the argument captor inside the class. Let's do that by adding a captor annotation. And in our example, we have to capture the arguments of type post object. So let's declare the argument captor of type post and name this variable as post argument captor. Now let's come back to the save method inside the test and add the post argument.capture declaration here. In this way, Mockito will capture the object which is passed into the save object at the time of running the test. And now we have access to this object even after the method execution. So we can retrieve the post object by using post argument captor.getValue, and let's do some assertions on this object. The value for the ID field should be same as the value we declared in the dummy data. So I'm going to add an assertion that it's going to be, and I'm going to add the same assertion for the value for the post name variable. So now let's run this test again. And as you can see, our test is passing. So we have covered lots of unit testing and mocking concepts in this tutorial. Let's wrap this up by refactoring our tests by using the JUnit lifecycle methods. Inside the test, you can see that we are creating an instance of post service method for each class. To avoid that, we can use the lifecycle method of JUnit 5 called before each, which will execute a particular piece of code we want before each test in the class. So let's create a method called as setup and annotate it with before each. And I'm going to remove the post service class instantiation from the couple of test methods we have and pull it into the setup method. In this way, we can avoid the code replication and rely on JUnit to provide the required objects at the time of test execution. Let's rerun the test again to make sure everything is fine. And yes, indeed, the tests are passing. In this tutorial, we are going to learn how to test our data access layer of the Spring Boot applications using test containers. This is the second part of the Spring Boot testing tutorial series. As always, you can find the written tutorial and the source code in the first link in the description section. So if you check the architecture diagram of the Reddit clone application, it is divided into 3 layers. We have the controller layer where the REST controllers are stored, and in the service layer we have the business logic of the application which are stored in the services, and in the persistence layer we have code for all the repositories which is storing the data into the MySQL database. So as part of the first video, we have covered the unit tests which are mocking out the interaction between the service layer and the persistence layer using Mockito, and we cannot use any kind of mocking in the tests which we are writing for the persistence layer, because we want to actually test the interaction between the persistence layer and the database. So it doesn't make any sense to mock out the behavior, to mock out the interaction with the actual database. So to test the persistence layer, we are going to first use an embedded database called H2, and after that we are going to see what are the limitations for using the embedded H2 database and how we can replace this embedded H2 database with test containers. If you don't know what is test containers, don't worry, we will cover this soon in the tutorial. So the first thing we are going to do is to install the embedded H2 database into our project. We can do that by adding the following Maven dependency into the pom.xml file, and make sure you re-import the Maven projects by typing Ctrl+Shift+O. And after that, I'm going to create a test inside the test package. Inside the Java folder, I'm going to create a new package called as repository. And inside this package, I created a new class called as user repository test embedded. As we are using the embedded H2 database, I named this class as user repository test embedded. And inside this class, we have first the Data JPA annotation. This is the annotation which is provided by the Spring Test framework. This, as you can see, it is including many other annotations, especially the auto-configure Data JPA, auto-configure test database, transactional, auto-configure cache. So it auto-configures all the database and the JPA related functionalities out of the box into our Spring context. And in the next line, we have the active profiles test. I've created another profile called test, where we are storing the information about the embedded H2 database. We have the driver class name as the H2 driver and the data source URL. As we are using an embedded database, I'm going to provide the following URL, and the username and password I'm going to leave it as defaults. And lastly, the Hibernate dialect property I have provided as H2 dialect. So if we go back to the class, I have first auto-wired the user repository into the test class, and then I've created the first test, should save user. Here what we are doing is just creating a user object, just nothing fancy here, and I'm trying to save this user object to the repository. The save object returns the object which just saved as the return type. So I'm going to store this return type into another variable called as saved user. And after that, I'm going to make use of the assert.js libraries, assert that method. I'm going to pass in the saved user to that assert that method. And what I want to do now is compare this object with the actual object we have provided to the save method. So we have to recursively compare all the fields, whether they are equal or not. So for that, I can use using recursive comparison method of the assert.j. So what it will do is it will take each fields one by one and compare it against each other. And for the user ID, we cannot provide any actual user ID here because this is auto generated by the database, usually auto incremented by the MySQL database. So we have to ignore this field in our comparison. So for that, we can use the ignoring fields method and pass in the name of the field as the parameter. So that is user ID. And once this is completed, we can just make our assertions that this saved user object is equal to the user. So this is one way of testing the interaction with the database. And the other way is to pre-populate the data without manually creating the user object and saving it to the database. So the Spring Test framework provides us with an annotation called as SQL. So what it will do is it will take the name of the SQL file as the input to the annotation. And in this SQL file, we're going to actually insert the values, like insert the data into and in this SQL file, we're going to insert the data to whatever table we like. So we can check this test data SQL file under the test Java resources folder. And here you can see that we just have a plain old insert statement. At the time of the test startup, Spring will have a look at the test data SQL file, and it will execute this SQL file and save the data automatically. And inside the test itself, we are just querying the user repository by the username. And if you go back to the test data SQL file, I have configured the username as testuser_SQL, and we are finding the user by the same name. So this method should return an optional of user, and in the next line we are asserting that this optional of user is not empty. So let's try to quickly run this test and see what happens. If you have a look at the logs which are generated by the Hibernate, save users through a SQL file, we don't see any insert statement, but we just see the select statement which is generated from Hibernate. Whereas if you go into the should save user test logs And you can see that it is first inserting the data into the database, and after that we are doing the assertions based on the return value of this method. So we wrote our first repository test using the embedded H2 database, and as I mentioned before at the beginning of the video, there are some limitations in running our tests against the embedded database. Because in the Reddit clone application, we are using MySQL as our production database, and it is always advisable to run our tests against a real database, as we are testing our code in a similar environment to production. So the main pain point for using a real database for unit tests is maintenance, right? Ideally, the tests we are writing will be executed in a continuous integration environment like Jenkins. So installing a database on the CI environment and maintaining it is a very tedious process. So to solve this problem, we can make use of the test containers. So test containers is a Java library which provides us a way to create lightweight instances of the common databases we use in production. It mainly uses Docker in the background to create a container, and we can use the database which is running inside the container to run our unit tests. So test containers not only supports a database, but anything which can run inside a Docker container. So if you want to write some Selenium tests, you can make use of test containers to quickly spin up a web browser, or if you're using any other external dependency to your application, you can create a container and make use of it in your project. So before we start working with the test containers, just make sure that you have the Docker engine installed on your machine. I'm using a Windows machine, so I've installed the Docker using the Docker desktop for Windows. So just make sure to install this, and after installing the Docker engine, we have to add the test containers into our Maven project. So for that, I'm going to add the following test container dependency to our pom.xml. So using this dependency, we are going to create the test containers which runs the MySQL database inside the container. So I'm going to create a new test inside the repository package called as post repository test. Using this class, we are going to test the database interaction which are performed through the post repository interface. Inside the test class, I'm going to annotate the class with Data JPA test annotation. So as I mentioned before, this will spin up a Spring context which contains all the database related and JPA related functionalities. And followed by this annotation, we are going to add the test container annotation provided by JUnit 5. This annotation will enable the test container functionality in our test class. So after that, we are going to use the auto configure test database annotation. This is usually part of the Data JPA test annotation. But as we are using a MySQL database from the test container, we have to explicitly specify that the Spring context should not replace the default data source. And inside the test, we can initialize our MySQL database container by creating an object of MySQL container class, which takes the name of the latest Docker MySQL image as the constructor parameter, followed by the database details and user credentials. After initializing this object, we can start the container inside the test by adding a container annotation to this field. This is also a JUnit 5 annotation. So when the time of test startup, JUnit 5 will automatically start the container for us. After that, I'm going to auto-wire the post repository inside the test class. And now let's create our test method called should save post. And in here, I'm creating a post object. And as we did previously for the user repository test, we're going to take the return value of the save method, store it in a variable, and after that we are going to use assert.js using comparison method to check if the actual post object contains same field values as the expected post object. So now let's go ahead and run this test. So the tests are passing, and if you check the logs of the tests, you can see that the MySQL container is started, and once the database is initialized, our test started the execution. And the whole test took around 19 seconds. If you're running the test for the first time on your machine, it will take a bit more time as it will try to download the Docker image from the Docker registry. So in this way, we can make use of the test containers to run the database tests. So now I'm going to create a similar test for the user repository interface. This time I'm going to name the class as user repository test. The configuration is going to be very similar to post repository test class. We have the Data JPA test container, and auto configure test database annotations. And inside the test, we are again initializing the MySQL container object, and this time we are auto wiring the user repository. And inside the test method, we have the same logic as the previous test. So we are constructing the user object and saving it to the database and checking whether the actual and expected objects have same values or not. Now let's try to run both the post repository and user repository tests together and see what is going to happen. So you can see that the test took 35 seconds to execute, and the Docker container for the MySQL database is started 2 times for each test. So if I check the logs of the user repository test, you can see that the Docker host is initialized, Docker engine is initialized, and after that it started creating the container for the latest MySQL Docker image. And the same log you can also see in the post repository for the post repository test. So what we can do here is to make sure that the test container is created only once for all the tests which we are executing. So we can do that by using a singleton container pattern, which is suggested by the test container team. So to do that, what we have to do is we have to not use the container and test containers annotation from JUnit 5. Because if we use this annotation, it forces JUnit 5 to restart the test container for each test. And that will make our test execution very slow and unmaintainable. So to get around that, we are going to move all the initialization logic into a base class. So I'm going to create on the root package another new class called as base test. And inside this test, I'm going to copy the logic for the MySQL container initialization. And here, as we are using the singleton pattern, so we have to use a static block to initialize the MySQL container. So if I want to initialize the MySQL container start method, I have to also mark this field as static. So once I mark this field as also static, I can use the MySQL container variable here and use the start method from the MySQL container. In this way, we can initialize the MySQL container only once. And what we have to do next is to make our post repository test and user repository test extend the base test. So after that, we can remove the test containers annotation and also the initialization for the MySQL container from the post repository test. I'm going to do the same thing also for the user repository test. So now let's try to run these 2 tests again and see what happens. So now you can see that the test took far less time than before. And if I click on the user repository test, you can see that the test container was initialized the very first time. So you can see that the test container is starting for MySQL. And if we check the post repository test, we don't see the test container initializing anymore because it is reusing the context, it is reusing the same container. In this tutorial, we are going to learn how to write tests for the Spring Boot REST APIs using Spring's mock MVC. This is the third part of the Spring Boot testing tutorial series, where in the first part, we saw how to write unit tests for the service layer of our Reddit clone application using JUnit 5 and Mockito. In the second part, we mainly concentrated on writing tests for the data access layer using Spring Test Framework's Data JPA test and by making use of test containers. And don't forget to have a look at the written companion of this video in the first link in the description section. So without any delay, let's start the video. So if you check the architecture diagram of the Reddit clone application, we have covered the tests for the service layer and persistence layer in the previous videos. Now it's time to concentrate on the presentation layer. So to test the REST controllers which are inside this layer, Spring Test Framework provides us with an annotation called as Web MVC test, which gives access to a specialized Spring context which contains all the beans required to test our web layer, in our case the REST APIs. Let's take a look at this annotation in detail by creating our first test for the post controller class. And inside this class, we have the getAllPosts method with a get mapping, which is returning all the posts which are there inside the application. So if you go inside the getAllPosts method of the post service, you can see that we are just reading all the posts from the post repository, mapping it to the DTO. Now let's go ahead and write a test for this use case. I'm going to create a class called as post controller test. We are going to add an annotation called as web MVC test. And as we are writing this test for the post controller class, we can provide the class name also to the annotation. And inside the class, we are going to first mock out the dependencies of this post controller class because we are not interested in testing the post service class. So we can mock out the interaction between post controller and post service. To mock the post service class, we don't need to mock each and every dependency of the post service like we did inside the post service test class. I will quickly open the test class. You can see here we are mocking all the dependencies of the post service one by one manually. Instead of that, we can make use of Spring annotation called as mock bean, which will automatically inject the mock objects for the required dependencies for the post service class. After that, we are going to auto-wire another class called as mock MVC, which provides us a way to call our REST endpoints from our test. Mainly provides us a servlet environment where we can make calls to the REST endpoints and it will return us a mock response. Now let's create our first test method, which will test whether the get endpoint will fetch all the posts or not. Inside this test, we are going to call the /API/post endpoint with HTTP get method. For that, I'm going to type in mock mvc.perform. And inside the method, I'm going to type mock mvc request builder.get. And to this method, I'm going to pass in the URL of our endpoint. And so we are invoking the perform method from the mock MVC object, and we are doing a get call by using this mock MVC request builder.get method to the required endpoint. So when we do this endpoint call, we are expecting a status, an HTTP status OK as a response, so which goes by the value 200. So this is a basic test we can write for our get endpoints. So let's try to execute this test and see what happens. So you can see that the test execution failed. The test is trying to start a Spring context and it is not able to find a bean of type user details service. So in our test, we are trying to mock the post service calls, and this class is using the auth service class as a dependency, and the auth service is using the user details service interface as the dependency. If you remember, we have mentioned that web MVC test annotation provides only the beans which are necessary for our web layer. But the bean user detail service is part of the Spring security module. So we have to manually mock this bean in our tests. Additionally, I'm going to also mock the JWT provider class, which is also part of the security layer. So now if I try to start the test, you can see that it will run successfully, but there is not much use trying to test the endpoint like this because an endpoint can return a response with status 200. But what we are really interested to see is whether it responds with the data we expect or not. So for that, let's add some more logic to our tests. If you go back to the method getAllPosts inside the post controller, we are expecting a list of post response object as a response from this endpoint. So let's go ahead and mock this method call to the post service and provide this list of post response objects as the response. So inside the test, I'm going to quickly create a couple of post response objects, and I'm going to mock the behavior of the getAllPosts method from post service by typing mockito.when postservice.getAllPosts, then return. And as we are expecting a list, I can type arrays.asList and pass in the two response objects here. So what's going to happen at the time of running the test is whenever this postservice.getAllPosts method is being executed, Mockito will return this list as a response. So, and here I'm going to add some more assertions to our test. The first assertion is that we expect the response as a JSON, and after that we are doing an assertion that the size should be 2 because there are 2 objects inside the response. And finally, we're going to make an assertion of individual objects inside the list. So if you run the test, you can see that the tests are executing successfully and we are able to make the assertions on the response which is returned by the AllPosts endpoint. In this video, we're going to see how to deploy a Spring Boot and Angular application to Heroku Cloud Platform. We're going to deploy both these apps individually, and I'm going to take the Reddit clone application we have built in the previous tutorials as an example. As always, if you want to access the source code along with the written version of this tutorial, make sure to check out the links in the description section. So without any further delay, let's start the video. So I'm going to divide this video into different sections. So first of all, we'll start off by preparing our Spring Boot application for production usage. In this section, we are going to mainly concentrate on using a PostgreSQL database for production environment alongside the MySQL database for local development. And we are also going to replace some hard-coded localhost URLs in our Spring Boot application with environment variables. After making these changes, I'm going to show you how to deploy this application to Heroku Cloud Platform. As part of the section, we're going to install Heroku CLI in our machine and learn some Heroku concepts when deploying our backend application. Next, we'll prepare our Angular application for production by introducing some environment variables to manage the hard-coded backend URLs and change the startup scripts in the package.json file. And finally, we're going to wrap up this video by deploying the Angular application to Heroku Cloud Platform. So I opened the source code for the Spring Boot application in IntelliJ IDE. If you want to download the source code, you can check out the links in the description section. So in here, we are going to use PostgreSQL as our production database. We are using this because Heroku provides nice out-of-the-box support for PostgreSQL. We can also use MySQL database, but we have to provide the credit card information to Heroku. As I don't want to be charged for the usage of this application, I went ahead with the PostgreSQL database. So to handle the MySQL database for local development and PostgreSQL for production environment, you can make use of the concept of profiles in Spring Boot. Using the Spring Boot profiles, you can provide different set of configuration properties for each profile. In our case, for production usage, we're going to use PostgreSQL, and for local development, we're going to use MySQL. So I'm going to create two property files inside source main resources folder, application local.properties and application prod.properties. This will give us access to two profiles, local and prod. I'm going to cut and paste the database related properties from the application.properties file and paste it into application local.properties. And I'm going to do the same thing also inside the application prod.properties file. As we have to use PostgreSQL database for this profile, I'm going to rename the driver class name to org.postgresql.driver class and change the Hibernate dialect to PostgreSQL dialect. Now the next thing we have to do is add the PostgreSQL Java driver to our project. For that, I'm going to add the PostgreSQL Maven dependency to our pom.xml file. After adding this dependency, Spring Boot will auto-configure the PostgreSQL driver class into our project. In the application prod.properties file, we have the data source URL, username, and password properties. Ideally, in the production grade application, we are not going to store the database related information inside the source code and take the risk of exposing it to the public. For that reason, I'm going to delete the URL, username, and password properties, and we're going to inject them dynamically at runtime using Heroku. Another point to keep in mind is we have a table called as user in our application, and having this table name will create a conflict with PostgreSQL database because the keyword user is reserved for internal table in PostgreSQL database. For that reason, I'm going to change the table name by adding an annotation called as table to our user class, and I'm going to name the table as Reddit_users. Now the next step is to replace the hard-coded localhost URL with environment variables. In our Reddit clone application, we hard-coded the account activation URLs into the auth service class. So let's try to pull them out into properties file. I'm going to create a property called app.url inside the application local.properties and as well as application prod.properties file. In the local profile, I'm going to set the value for this property as HTTP localhost 8080, and for the prod profile, I can set the value only after creating our application in Heroku. So here we have a close dependency with the app URL. If for any reason we want to change the URL of our backend application, we have to also change the source code, which does not seem like a good idea. So we're going to inject this property dynamically at runtime. In this way, if the URL changes in the future, all we have to do is change the property in Heroku and restart the application. We will discuss this topic in a bit more detail in the next section. So to access this property inside our class, we can make use of the value annotation provided by Spring. This looks like a good idea for a single property, but if you're working on a bigger project, you will naturally deal with lots of properties, and as the project is getting bigger, you will have to keep track of the properties definitions in different places. So for this reason, a better alternative is to declare them inside the configuration class, which uses the configuration properties annotation from Spring Boot. Using this class, we can centralize all the logic to define the properties which are injected into different classes. Now it's time to deploy our Spring Boot application to Heroku. The first thing you have to do is to create an account in the Heroku website by visiting the URL you see highlighted in the screen. You can also find this link in the description section. Once you have an account, you can download the Heroku CLI onto your machine by clicking on the download and install section and choosing the installation process based on your operating system. After you install the Heroku CLI on your machine, open a terminal and type the command Heroku help. And if you see the same output like you see on the screen, then the CLI is installed correctly on your machine. As we are going to manage our applications in Heroku using the Heroku CLI, we have to log into our account using the command Heroku login -i and enter your credentials. This is not the only way to manage your applications, but we can also use the web portal to create and manage the application deployments. But the CLI is always a handy tool to get things done quickly, so we'll be using the CLI in our tutorial. Once you are successfully logged in, the next step is to create an application in Heroku. You can do that by typing the command Heroku create, and after pressing enter, you can see that our application is created successfully, and it is reachable through a very strange looking URL which contains the auto-generated app name. Now let's go ahead and rename the app name to something we like. We can rename the app using the command Heroku apps rename app, and let's provide the old app name followed by a space and the new app name and press enter. So you can see that the app is now renamed and our application is reachable at this address. If you try to open this URL in the browser, you can see a Heroku welcome page. Heroku also maintains our code in a Git repository, so you can see that we have a Git repository URL here. Once we commit and push our changes to our code base, Heroku will start deploying the application automatically. So let's see how it looks like. As this project is already a Git repository, I'm going to define a new remote URL for this project using the command git remote add Heroku. Now let's add and commit our changes to the repository, and if I push my changes to master branch in Heroku, it automatically detects that I am deploying a Java web application, and it starts to run maven clean install command which builds our application. Now once the build is completed and the application is deployed, let's open the web dashboard to see the activity of our application. So in here you can see that I pushed the application to the Heroku instance. So in here you can see the activity that I pushed my application to the Heroku instance. And the interesting thing here is that Heroku automatically provisioned a PostgreSQL database and attached it to the Spring Boot application. And you can see that it is setting the database related properties. So the credentials are also automatically injected into our application. And finally, you can see that the application is deployed successfully. You can check the logs of the application by going back to the terminal and typing the command Heroku logs -t. You'll probably be greeted with an exception inside the logs called SQL feature not supported exception. This exception occurs due to the Hibernate issue in Spring Boot version 2.2. We can fix this issue by adding a property spring.jpa.properties Hibernate JDBC lob non-contextual creation equals to true. And also I changed the Hibernate dialect for PostgreSQL from PostgreSQL dialect to PostgreSQL 9.5 dialect to match the latest version of the PostgreSQL database. As the problem is only with the PostgreSQL database, we can add this property only to the application prod.properties file, and there is no need to change the other property files. So I'm going to commit and push these changes to Heroku, and the next deployment should be started automatically. Now if I type Heroku logs command, I can see that the exception is still there even though we deployed the latest changes to Heroku. This is because the Spring Boot application is not started using the prod profile. You cannot see the logs using the Heroku logs -t command anymore because it's filled with the exceptions track trace, but you can check more logs using the command Heroku logs -n 1500 to show the last 1500 lines of the logs. And if you scroll to the top, you can find the section where our Spring Boot application is starting up, and you can see the message no active profile set falling back to default profile. So that means it is not able to find the prod profile. That's why it's fall back to the default profile. So you can activate the prod profile when running the application by providing an environment variable called spring.profiles.active, and you can provide the profile name as a value for this variable. You can inject this environment variable through Heroku config command by typing Heroku config set followed by the variable name. So the naming convention for the environment variable is we have to capitalize all the letters inside the variable and replace the occurrence of a period with underscore. So for the spring.profiles.active environment variable, I can declare it as spring_profiles_active, and the value for this variable I'm going to provide as prod. We can also use environment variables to store sensitive information like username and passwords. In our example, we have the SMTP server details hard-coded inside the application.properties file. So let's remove them from that file and add them as environment variables. After setting this environment variables, our application will be restarted automatically. And now let's check the Heroku logs again. And this time you should not see any errors inside the log messages. Perfect. Now let's open the application URL, and you should see a white label error page, which is from our Spring Boot application, which means it's deployed successfully. Let's also try to make an API call to our application. I'm going to open the Postman client and make a post call to register a sample user in our application. And as you can see, we received the message, user registration successful. That means the backend API is working correctly. Now, if you check the activation email sent out to Mailtrap SMTP server, we have a value called as null. We have a null value in the place of the host. This is because we did not set the environment variable for the app URL. Let's do this quickly. Inside the terminal, I'm going to type the command Heroku config set app_URL, and I'm going to provide the value of I'm going to provide the URL of our backend application without the trailing slash as the value. Now, if you try to register the user again, you should see the activation email with correct host name. And if I open this URL in the browser, you should see the message account activation successful. Now it's time to prepare the Angular application for production. We're going to mainly concentrate on building the Angular application for production using the ng-build prod command, and we'll also install the HTTP server to run our application on Heroku. Inside the package.json file for the Angular application source code, I'm going to add a step inside the script section called as Heroku post build, where I'm going to give the value ng-build prod and followed by the npm install command for the dependency HTTP server SPA. After this step, we can start our application by using the HTTP server SPA library by pointing to the distribution folder, which is generated at the time of building the Angular application. The next thing we're going to do is to replace the hard-coded URLs with the backend URL, which is hosted in Heroku. In Angular, we can manage the environment variables using the environment.ts and environment.prod.ts files. Here I'm going to declare a property called base URL, which is going to be localhost 8080 inside the environment.ts file. And inside the environment.prod.ts file, I'm going to provide the base URL as spring-reddit-clone-tutorial.herokuapp.com. After declaring this base URL, we have to inject this field into the services where we are using the hard-coded URL. One of the service is post service TypeScript file. So I'm going to replace the HTTP localhost 8080 with this .base URL property. Let's declare the base URL property by assigning it to the value environment.baseURL, and the environment property, we are importing it from environments folder in our project. I will do the same thing also in the other services you can see on the screen. So after changing the hard-coded URL in all the places, we are ready to deploy our Angular application to Heroku. I'm going to follow the same steps as we did for the Spring Boot application. First, I'm going to create a Heroku application by typing Heroku create. Let's rename this application and then define the remote get URL for Heroku. Now let's commit the local changes and push them to Heroku. This should start the build and deployment process for the Angular application. After the application is built and deployed, it can be accessed at this URL you see on screen. If you click on the URL, you should see the homepage of the Reddit clone application. Now let's try to register a user to see whether the Angular application is able to communicate with the Spring Boot application or not. So you can see that we got a response that the user registration is successful. So we deployed the Spring Boot and Angular application successfully to Heroku. I hope you learned something from this video. If you like these kinds of tutorials, please consider subscribing to the channel, and I'll see you in the next video. Until then, happy coding.